Cheers, legends. Sammy from Short and Stout Beer Reviews. I just felt like a couple of beers, so here we are. It's a little Victoria Bitter VB stream. Got the new corduroy cap on. I got a case today, and the cap come with the case. So I'm like, beauty, that's cool. It looks like the sort of hat the Aussie cricket team would wear. So yeah, let's get into it. I'm halfway through the first. I just thought if there's a few people around, we might hang out. But yeah, don't really care. Just felt like a beer and a chat. I'm going to put some of that generic background music on. See how we go. I'd love to put some real shit on, but we know what happens there. What do we want to go with? Yeah. Cheers. So yeah, I'm off to Melbourne tomorrow. Probably going to head down around mid-morning, get there about lunchtime, check into my hotel. I'll be staying there for 2 nights. It's just north of the city, sort of value for money, really good. Like it's only about a 10-minute sort of tram ride out of the city. So yeah, it's considered North Melbourne, but it's like right on the edge. You can still see all the buildings and that real close. And then yeah, I'll venture out and check out some. I want to check out a craft beer bar out in the eastern suburbs, and they're going to have a little pop up there of a burger, like a burger thing, and yeah, some garage project beers. That'd be really good. Might even go to Carwin Cellars, see what they've got going on. Maybe Brunswick area. We'll have a bit of a look around, but yeah, obviously the main aim for my trip to Melbourne this time around is I'm catching up with my mate Adam from Mersey Beers, who's over in Australia from Liverpool, so it's going to be pretty cool. We'll check out some breweries and some bars and some eateries and stuff on Saturday. I'm not sure exactly what the plans are, but I'm sure we'll wing it. We've got a fair idea what's going on. Going down all right on this cold night. So yeah, hopefully some people sort of pop up and can have a bit of banter. If you're watching, don't be afraid to join us in the chat. It's a good community. So yeah, I've been drinking a lot of craft beer, obviously, and that's all my fridge is full of, and I just wanted to have a beer and relax and not worry about like reviewing and shit. So I feel like buddy craft beer basic wearing these sunnies. The only reason I wear them is because they're VB. He probably thinks I'm copying him. He tend to have, I don't know why he has this thing where he's always got these green glasses in his videos and on his thumbnails and stuff. It's like his thing. But yeah, she's been pretty cold at night and the morning here in Victoria. It's currently about 5 degrees Celsius, not too bad. Cheers, Ruben. Good to see you, mate. Just chilling with a couple of Victoria's finest. Hot dogs for the win. I like it. Yes. Cheers to that. Love your name, bro. The green caviar. That's awesome. Welcome in, lads. Normally I do beer reviews, but every now and then I just do little hangouts and just talk shit to people in the chat. And sometimes I'll do like a panel and get a few people on, and it's just I've got the week off work and I live in country Victoria, but I'm heading to Melbourne for a few nights tomorrow. So I don't know, I just felt like having a couple of beers and chilling, going live. Any of you boys having a beer? It's a good comment. Yeah, I'm on the other side, bro. I'm southwest. I haven't been to Gippsland since I was a kid. I'd love to get over there and have a look. I just remember as a kid we had relatives in Sale, and we used to go to this little town called, I think it was Sea Spray on the coast. That's sort of all I remember from Gippsland, and just like driving through sort of Traralgon, and yeah, it'd just be good as an adult just to go and sort of explore. I mean, even like I haven't even been to Wilson's Prom, which is, I mean, it's not even in that area, but it's sort of on that side. I want to go check that out. Good question. So an XBA is more of an Aussie thing. I find it tends to be, they tend to be sort of a lower ABV. They're sort of in between like a pale and an IPA. And I think they're meant to be probably lighter in malt, but more fruity. It's sort of a hard one, like, yeah, but that's what I've always sort of thought. They tend to have more of like a tropical sort of note to them. It's definitely more an Australian thing, though. You don't really see XPA in other countries. There's a lot of styles out there that, yeah, they're sort of very confusing. Yeah. Yeah, it's like, I don't know, I've never really been over that side of Victoria, like, just as an adult, so it'd just be, even like it'd be awesome up in the sort of hills and stuff, heading up towards like, yeah, like Bright and all those areas. I'm imagining you'd have a lot of really cool like towns up in the mountains there, heading up towards like King Lake and those sort of places. Pretty scary with the bushfires though years ago. I just wish I could play real music instead of this generic stuff. Every time I do, I get like copyright infringements and, yeah, like warnings and stuff, and then heaps of my mates do it and they just get away with it. It's weird. Yeah, very true. Such a shame. Like, let's be honest though, most of Australia is owned by someone else. Yep. Do you prefer the pale ale or the sparkling? Or do you go for? They've got a few others now. They have a few limited releases. It's good. Cheers, Rob. Good to see you, mate. Just a random. I just felt like a couple of just smasher beers, and I'm got tomorrow off, and I'm heading to Melbourne, and yeah, just wanted a couple of beers and a chat, so I thought I'm going to do a little VB stream again. Sydney was unreal. Yeah, so those of you that are new to the channel, I went to Sydney for 3 days. I only just got back yesterday. I went to see Parkway Drive at Sydney Opera House. So they're, for those of you that don't know, they're like a metal band from Australia. They're from Byron Bay. They're pretty big now. Well, anyway, they were playing with an orchestra at the Sydney Opera House, so it was pretty iconic, pretty rare event. I went and checked that out, and then did a heap of the craft breweries in the inner west, and like a few Thai restaurants, and yeah, like I had an absolute ball. It just went too quick. Cheers, Kim. It's good to see some new ones coming in. It's sort of the beauty of these type of hangouts. Sometimes the algorithm pushes, and you end up getting new people on your channel. Yeah, good beer, very good beer. I feel like with Bolter, a bit like Pirate Life too, both breweries like that started off with a bang and sold out, but they still produce good beers even though they've sold out. Whereas a lot of other breweries just go downhill. If you go to beer festivals or events where either Pirate Life or Bolter have limited release beers, they're still as good quality as any other craft beer on the market. Well, they do a really good job. So I definitely, like, I was very annoyed when Pirate Life sold out because they were sort of my boys, like my favourites. But yeah, the fact that the boys still have a fair bit of control, and they were offered so much money. It's like they set up this business and just got offered a huge amount of money, and then they're still working for the company and making decisions and living a good life. It's like anyone else would probably do the same thing if they're in their shoes. It's just, yeah, it's good to see them like quite successful. Yep. Pale ale. It's cool how you get all the like yeast sediment like in the bottom of it. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not a fan of Great Northern. I feel like it's too watery. I don't like beers where they taste really weak. I just think, when it comes to beers like that, I'd rather just have a soft drink or a water. It's like, I just feel like they don't have any soul to them. But Bolter, real good. Yeah, I'm catching up with a mate this weekend that's from England. He's from Liverpool, and it's actually one of my YouTube friends. So it'll be the first person I've actually met off YouTube, like that's part of this community. So it's going to be real cool. Yeah, I haven't had a Gage Roads beer for yonks. They're from WA somewhere, aren't they? Like, are they from Broome or somewhere like north of Perth? But yeah, they used to always be around at festivals and that. I actually don't mind the dark. One of the Cooper's dark beers is really good. I just can't remember what it's called. Yeah, cheers, mate. Yeah, it was phenomenal. There's a lot of people now, like being at the Opera House, a private sort of exclusive gig. Obviously, you were told not to film there. I mean, a lot of people were taking quick photos and like little snippets and putting their phone away. And I'm sort of like fuck it, I'm all for that. Like, as long as they're not just holding their camera filming the whole time. But yeah, some fuckwits just put up every single song they played on YouTube, and they're like full songs. So he was obviously just sitting there at the concert the whole time, just filming. So yeah, it's a bit annoying. If you were the band or the production team or any of those, you'd be pretty annoyed by it. Hopefully they get taken down. Cheers, mate. Yo, yo, yo. Whereabouts are you from? Got an interesting name. Luke. Yeah. I don't know. It's pretty tough. I honestly feel he's a very good coach. Um, he's had a lot of success with other teams. He's sort of up against it with the team he had, but he was doing well, and yeah, hopefully he gets a go somewhere else. I'm not sure what the rumours are, like where he's planning on going next, but yeah, hopefully he gets another go somewhere. Yeah. Yeah. They were originally owned by, like, a lot of the Aussie surfers were involved. Mick Fanning and Parky, and yeah, it was pretty much set up to sell. Like, I think they always knew it was going to sell at some stage, so they all made a shitload of money out of it. That's the problem when you get guys into companies like that aren't really passionate about the product. It's one thing that's good with mountain culture is DJ just keeps expanding and buying new stuff, and it's like I feel like he's never going to sell out. I feel like he's going to be one of the good guys that's just going to keep buying more and more and like just making the company as big as possible. Hopefully he has a son that can take over. So yeah, DJ used to work for Oscar Blues in America. I think he grew up in like North Carolina. And then he come over to Australia, and him and his missus, who's from the Blue Mountains, were together, and he was working for Modus in the Northern Beaches in Sydney. And he sort of turned them around and turned them into a good brewery. And then, yeah, he started up his own. And ever since he left them, they've gone to shit. Yeah, cool. I think Bolter's got 2 breweries, doesn't it? I think they're both on the Gold Coast, or maybe one might be Brisbane or Sunshine Coast. Pretty sure they got 2 breweries though. Yeah. Yeah, the XBA's definitely got more sort of like a piney and bitter character. The pale's a bit like lighter and juicier, isn't it? I haven't had the pale for a long time. Yeah, I actually had when I was in Sydney, I was at a pub called Sweeney's, and they got a rooftop bar that's got craft beer, and they had 2 Big Shed beers there, and they had Donald Trump on the taps. I'll grab my phone and see if I can find. Yeah, I think it was something to do with cats and dogs. It was pretty funny. Here we go. They're eating all the dogs. That was an IPA. And then they had They're Eating All the Cats, and that was a blood orange double IPA. And funnily enough, as that's the very place that Adam, my mate that I'm catching up with in Melbourne, that's from Liverpool, that's the very place he's at tonight drinking. Yeah, it was a pretty cool setup there. That's sort of what the rooftop bar looked like. So it was just this small sort of area, and it was all like just green, like fake turf sort of thing. Couple of tables and chairs, and then you got all the buildings all around it. Pretty cool. I just got recommended to go to the rooftop there if you wanted like craft beer at a pub. Yes, great song. I've had an absolute. Yeah, one of my mates from he's from like Philadelphia originally. He went to a metal gig in America somewhere, and it was like I think it was Pantera, Lamb of God, and Aussie metal band. I think that's who was playing anyway. And apparently, when they come out on stage, they had that song, so everyone was just killing themselves laughing. Yeah, that's good, especially a classic like brewery like Fuller's. I mean, it's a shame that they're owned by a big conglomerate because I would have just expected they'd be the same old company. But yeah, if they're not like mucking around with recipes and it's still relatively the same, and people can go there and do tours and tastings and still have that same experience. Like, yeah, I want to try some Fuller's beers. I have had them, but I think I had them sort of like when my palate wasn't very advanced. Funnily enough, Rob, that Sweeney's pub I went to in Sydney had like cask. Is it Theakston's? It was like a ruby ale. I had that. So yeah, that was sort of a. I haven't had much like of that style beer, so it was good to have it. Skating bear or surfing bear? I'm thinking of Bundaberg rum, but that's not beer. Don't know. It'll come to me. Can you remember like what colour bottles or cans? Cheers, Rob. Yeah, I'll see him. I don't know if it's tomorrow night or Saturday morning. We're definitely catching up Saturday, but I just don't know if we're seeing each other tomorrow night. I'm going to Melbourne early, just yeah. I thought, fuck it, I'll just go there early and I'll be prepared and I can go do my own stuff anyway. Yeah, Cooper's Dark Ale. There's a Cooper's like is it extra dry stout or something? Maybe an export stout. Yeah, I'm a huge fan of stouts. Barrel aged stouts where it's at. Yeah, boy. Cheers. Yeah, I'm a massive craft beer guy, but I don't know. I still love VB. I always will. It's just one of those beers you can always rely on, and obviously it's not excessive price like a lot of craft is. I mean, it's still dear. Any Aussie beer's dear, but yeah, they just got some oomph to them. I'm not a fan of like watered down beers like Corona and Heineken and Great Northern and all that shit. Yeah, when I seen you had the photo, dude, and welcome in, by the way. Um, a lot of those, they had different um, tap like pictures. I remember Big Shed were the first two, but they had Bright Brewery ones where they were, so they would have Bright's obviously just taken over the taps the last day or two, I'd say. Yeah, a lot of the market stuff, you're better off just to go to an old school Vietnamese store. Like in Melbourne, you'll see a lot of really good Vietnamese bakeries. I still think I've done so many of them. I think the best one is the one I had recently in Footscray. But Footscray, if you had more time, it'd be worth checking it out. But just because you're not in the city for very long, I'd probably recommend one closer to the city for you. There's one in Flinders Lane that's got all this hype, but my mate that does food videos went there recently and he's done the one that I rate as number one. And he's like, this has got nothing on, the Footscray one. So I'm like, well, yeah, I'm not going to bother going there because the Footscray one's fucking awesome. I just find with banh mi's, especially in Melbourne, because we've got a lot of Vietnamese communities, like suburbs, that's where it's at. If you go to them, just about every place you go to, they're awesome. But in the cities, it's just like, I think the cities are too pricey now, so a lot of those Vietnamese businesses can't afford to stay there. Cheers, Paul. Good to see you, dude. I watched your video before of your tavern ale. Such a cool name. Adam, did you happen to see Vivid? So down Circular Quay and the harbour and that, I don't know if you've been down there yet at night, but all the fucking light, all the harbour bridge, the opera house, all the buildings, all the sort of surroundings of the water, it's all like lit up and changes like lights and art and stuff. Like it's pretty cool. I think it's only going though till like tomorrow or some shit. See that awesome photo I took of the harbour bridge? It looked really good just because it was all lit up from like Vivid. Oh yeah. Next comment. Yeah. Yeah, so I had that Theakston's beer when I was there. I because I went there after the Parkway gig and they weren't even open. I'm like, this is shit. It's fucking 10:30 at night. And that's one thing I found with Sydney is everything's closed really early compared to Melbourne. It was really hard to get a beer at like 10:30, 11 o'clock at night. Yeah, and when I went there, I walked all the way there from where I was staying, and it was closed. I'm just like, fuck's sake. But I ended up going back the next day just because I had like an hour and a half to kill. And I seen that it was open sort of early in the day. And I walked all the way, you know how it's like real narrow, tight staircase. I walked all the way up there with like a 35-kilo bag. And it was so fucking awkward. I got all the way to the top and they're like, oh, nah, the craft bar doesn't open for another 45 minutes. I'm just like, oh my God. So I went back downstairs, had one of those car scales. And then when they opened upstairs, I just said to the guy, I'm leaving my bag here. It can go behind the bar. He's like, yeah, fair call. Cheers, woofers. Welcome in. It's good to see a lot of new people. Cool. That'll be good. Yeah, I was always going to go down Friday just because otherwise I wouldn't have been able to get there till like late morning, lunchtime. So I'll be ready to go whenever you are, dude. I've got some things I want to do tomorrow, so it works out good. Yeah, my favourite burger pop-up guy is going to be at a craft bar that I've wanted to check out for a while on the eastern suburbs. So I'm thinking about going straight there as soon as I get to the city. Yeah, I might do like Brunswick or just areas that, like I haven't done for a while. But yeah, I needed to get there early anyway, so I was happy to get the accommodation I got. Like it worked out really good. I tell you what, though, after this weekend, I'm definitely going to have to lay low for a while. The old bank balance. After Sydney, I'm shocked. Yeah, it's good that you're doing like a tour of Melbourne. You'll get to see what it's like, and you'll go through like the graffiti lanes and the coffee lanes, and yeah, you'll get to see a lot of cool shit. Oh, so it was that. Yeah, 'cause that's what I thought of when you said the bear. Bundy rum. It's good shit. It's normally with, if you buy it pre-mixed, it's like a dark rum with cola. Or like a dry, like a ginger. But then, yeah, if you buy it straight, just the straight OG Bundy rum, it's sort of the same colour as like a bourbon. Like they say dark rum, but it's like not full on dark. Like it's more of a medium because you got like a white rum and a real dark rum sort of in between. Shout out to Riley. Hope the little fella's doing well. Cheers, Tristan. Welcome in. Tour of India. Ooh. A cricket tour of India. That'd be pretty cool. There's certain things with India I reckon would be awesome. Just one thing though that would just do my head in is just the amount of people and the noise. Like it, yeah. Especially when you're a country lad. Like it's bad enough when you go to cities here, but that like is just next level. I mean, I'd be able to handle it, but I think just after a while it'd just get too much. I watch a lot of like travel stuff on YouTube, and pretty much anywhere in the world intrigues me in some way. Like I'd love to just travel everywhere. Everywhere's got somewhere good and something decent to check out. But yeah, obviously there's like negatives as well with certain places. So always thought like the last few years Sri Lanka would be a pretty cool place to visit. Just get on a motorbike and ride around. Yeah. Oh, it's too hard, dude. Like, when you're sort of deep into craft beer, it's like you don't just have one favourite beer because you're always trying new stuff. Um, like my favourite sort of types of beers, like the time when I've had like probably the best ever experience was drinking. There's a rare brewery in St. Louis, Missouri called Side Project, and we did 2 tap takeovers or 2 private events of theirs here in Melbourne, and like every beer was like absolutely like banging, like 5 out of 5, like just unfucking believable, like barrel aged stouts and barley wines. And that's like as far as the greatest sort of session I've ever had, like that. Yeah, that tops it. Like that was just phenomenal. It was like I was lucky to even try one of those beers, but I got to have about 20 all up. So yeah, that's definitely sort of my favourite style, and like I would say one of my favourite breweries just from those 2 events. But I've got heaps of sort of favourite breweries. In Australia, it would be like Mountain Culture, Banks, Range, Boat Rocker, Future, Bracket, probably even Kicks now after going there again on the last few days. Um, yeah, that's probably about all as far as Aussie breweries go. Fox Friday, I would have said them, but they've recently gone under. They were bought by Mountain Culture, so I'm not sure what's going to happen with the Fox Friday name, but yeah, um, yeah. In America, I mean, the obvious sort of real elite craft ones are sort of like your Treehouse, Trillium, like Monkish, Brewhouse, Troon, all of them. Like they're all awesome. Like Bottle Logic, like Parish. Yeah, there's so many good ones. And then there's like quite a few I haven't tried. So, and then over in the UK, like Track, Verdant, Cloudwater, Daya, Beak. There's probably someone I missed. And then obviously you got all the awesome European breweries. Like there's a couple of good Belgian ones. Germany, I'm a massive fan of Augustina Helles. That's like one of my favourite lagers. So yeah, plenty of names to drop as far as breweries, but yeah, it's just hard to pick out just single beers. But yeah, if you ever like went to a particular place and wanted to know what I'd recommend, I'd always have recommendations for you, especially in Australia. Even in like country areas, I'd have a rough idea. I've pretty much done most of like the decent breweries in like Victoria, New South Wales, Queensland, Tasmania, and Western Australia. I just haven't done South Australia, and Northern Territory is probably not even worth it. That's why I want to get over to Adelaide and do a holiday over there, because I know the scene pretty well, but I just haven't been to the actual venues. Yeah, Sydney. I had so many people like talking to me at bars and that, and just saying how the nightlife is just shit. Like, yeah, everyone like a lot of the workers are English backpackers, and they all just talk about how much better Melbourne is as far as like nightlife goes. No. Cheers, brother. I need another one. This is only my first. I'm just warming up. Cheers, mate. It's going well. Just chilling at home with a couple of EBs. One of my dogs is keeping me warm, laying up against me. It's currently 5 degrees Celsius. It's a little bit chilly, but not too bad. I had to I did a huge load of washing. Had it out in the line all day. It hasn't rained at all, but just because it was sort of, I don't know, very still and like cold. It was sort of like damp. Just nothing was drying. I'm like, fuck, I've half this shit I need for Melbourne tomorrow. Start like a YouTube channel or something, brother. That's cool too that you're a drummer from Bombay. What sort of music are you into? The band I went to see recently, they're a metal band from Australia. They were playing with an orchestra at the Opera House and it was real iconic. Well, anyway, I remember they did a tour of India, and apparently it's real rare for like metal bands to do tours there. And it was only a small crowd because it was organised by some local sort of metal community. But yeah, they just said it was awesome. And after that, then yeah, it sort of started taking off. I just remember seeing it on a documentary, and it was like everyone was real thankful for them for going there. They were one of the biggest sort of metal bands to first go there. Yeah, yeah, bloody oath. I'm going to crack another one right now. Bit of smoke on the opening. I've got them sort of. They haven't. They were in the fridge earlier today, but they've been sitting out for a while. But they're still like if you put it on your face, they're still pretty cold. It's not like room temperature. I need to change this music up. It's doing my head in. Let's feed the ducks, as it's called. Now I've lost where I'm up to in the chat. Here we go. Too many beers in Sydney, mate. That inner west scene is so good. If you're into craft brews, all you got to do is get out to, is it St. Peter's or what's the next station after St. Peter's? Might be Marrickville or something. But anyway, yeah, I think I went out on the bus, to be honest. I come back on the train. Yeah, and they're all just within walking distance. It's so cool. I was a little disappointed with the village, though. The Wildflower Mountain Culture collab place. It was closing really early. The staff there just, I don't know, it just didn't have the vibe I thought it would have. The venue itself was awesome. It was like you're in an old barnyard or something. It was really cool and like looked pretty sort of elegant. But yeah, Wildflower, they need to offer more beers to people if they want to keep coming back. Like they only had the same old gold and amber blends that they have all the time. It's like people have drank those so many times. You need to offer something else. Or people just they won't want to go there because it's like, why? What's the point of drinking that same thing all the time when they're like wild ales? You want to try new stuff. There was heaps of mountain culture beer, but yeah, it's like I drink all them anyway. Like I buy them online and I can get them at other places. It's like I wasn't going there for them. I was going there for Wildflower. Yeah, Bundy's good. Fighting juice, as they call it. It's got a bit of a bad name. Yeah, I never really got aggressive on Bundy, but I definitely have mates or have seen people get pretty wild on it. Yeah, for sure. And apologies if I'm behind a bit in the chat. Cool. Yeah, like if you want to sort of make people aware of it, you should do a channel where you have like your drumming and stuff on there, but you also talk about that. I mean, when you start a channel, you can pretty much do whatever you want. Well, that's cool. We've got some drummers in the house. Yeah, the drummer for Parkway was unreal. Like I've always known he was decent, but I feel like he's underrated. Just some of the stuff I was seeing live, I was like, wow. I'm not a drummer. My brother was a drummer though when he was younger. He was actually pretty good, but then he sort of stopped playing. I've dabbled with the guitar over the years. A couple of years ago, I was doing a lot of like rehearsing in the shed with mates and that, and I was starting to get all right. We used to like record and stuff, and then just I don't know. Last few years, I've barely touched it. I've got like an acoustic sitting in the corner, and I don't really pick it up. Whereas you'll go through stages where every night you'd come home from work, you'd pick it up and play it for an hour or so. So something I need to get back into. When I go to gigs now, it's like, ooh, makes me want to start playing guitar again. Kingfisher. I have had a few of them at like some Indian restaurants here. It's sort of a very watered down beer, pretty average. Is there a King Femur as well, like an imitation one? So I used to watch, I think it was Bald and Bankrupt when he used to go to India. He'd be talking about King Femur. And I'm like, what the fuck is he talking about? Balls deep. Yeah. So I've tried it a few times. It's not my thing, but I could see it, especially if you're in a hot climate and you just want to have a drink and relax or get pissy. Like, yeah, it's gonna go down all right. You're not gonna be sitting there in the heat of Indian summer drinking a 14% barley wine. Cheers, Joel. Good to hear, brother. Yeah, there's a few of us out there. Yeah, it is a good community. And it's good to get people from all walks of life and different areas of the globe. Most of my fans, or I won't say fans, most of my like subscribers or people that watch are originally through beer communities that I was a part of. So most people have started out like US or England based. And then, yeah, the longer I've only been going for a year, but I've found in the last few months I'm starting to get more and more like Aussies and, yeah, people from different nations. It's good. Yeah. I did a stream once where I wanted to drink a whole case and see if I could do it. And I was going really well. Like I wasn't drunk, but I was getting really tired. And I had like there was a couple of mates were blueing on the stream, and I was getting tired, and it just got a bit too much to handle. I think I got to about 18, but I honestly feel like if I could sleep properly and I had some food, I reckon I'd do it easily. Yes. Yeah, I've got VB slippers. Is it from that is it Uncle Rico's or Frothies or one of those that sell all the random VB stuff? The actual official Uggies of VB, like where you could get I think they had green ones, but they had normal colour as well. They looked awesome. Pretty expensive though. Chewy. Yeah. Definitely knowledgeable about beer. I'm one of those people, I get very passionate about stuff when I get into it. So, yeah, once I got right in deep into craft beer, I think it was around 2012, 2013. That's when it sort of started. It's just, yeah, I've been diving in deep ever since. I'm trapped. I'd love to get into whiskey and that sort of stuff, but I just think craft beer or just beer in general in Australia is extremely expensive. Anything like whiskey and that's even worse. So it's like, yeah, I just don't have that lifestyle to be able to sort of afford it. Most whiskey connoisseurs and that in Australia are like high flyers, like accountants and bankers and doctors and that sort of shit. Oi, oi, oi. There you go. I reckon you'd like Monkish, brother. They're Californian based. They do obviously all different styles, but their hazies are they're sort of drier. They're not that sweet juice that I get very sick of. They're drier and quite often you'll get dank and pine. Like that's what I like about them. They're sort of like West Coast leaning hazies, and the quality's just fucking amazing. Like, oh, another brewery I'm a huge fan of is Fiden's. What I've had from them. Yeah, their like mouthfeel can sort of be similar to like Fiden's, sort of that quite thick and like smooth and creamy. Yeah. Rest in peace, Sydney. Nah, he's like sort of down below where I am, and I've got like a camera that's built in to my computer, so I can't really show him. One of the other dog, I've got two dogs. The other younger one, he'll quite often like sit up on the side of the chair here, and he'll be in the camera. Like quite often he'll appear on streams and that. Jackie boy. No, he'll pop up in one of the streams down the track. Yeah, that's the thing. They're in like, because it's like, nearly 11 o'clock at night and it's cold. They're sort of in sleepy mode. They'll be chewing on bones shortly. Well, not shortly, but tomorrow morning. Oh, so you're in the Marrickville area, are you? That's cool. Sydenham. Yeah, I remember when I went on the train to St. Peter's, I think it was. I remember Sydenham was one of the stations sort of later on. Here we go. It's always one. Yeah, Bundy's good. Cool. Yeah, do you still just like get that urge every now and then just to pick up an instrument? I sort of wish I was like that. Like watching Jeff playing his solos and that at the Opera House, I was like, ooh, it made me want to get the electric out. I haven't pulled out the electric for a very long time. But yeah, when he was doing his solos and the orchestra's behind him, like, oh, it was just like, I don't know, it sent chills down my spine. So fucking good. King Brown. Yeah. For a hard-earned thirst needs a big cold beer, and the best cold beer is Beck. The old ads were pretty cool. Oh, it's quenching the thirst. I just need some snacks to go with it. Cheers, dude. And thank you. Yeah. I mean, I think even if we were in the desert, Paul, we'd still drink them. Let's go. Oh, cool. Did you dabble in any sort of gym stuff growing up or like over the years? Being the big lad that you are, yeah, like it won't take you much. You get right into it. Because you would have always, like, yeah, just one of those people, like, always naturally strong, but unfortunately put on weight easily. Heaps of people are like that. And then you get some people out there like like say someone like Josh last year that's like real little. And if he wanted to bulk up, he'd have to bust his absolute ass to try and just put on like 3 kilos. I've got a mate that's exactly like it. He like he's pretty lean, never really loses weight or puts on weight. But when he wants to put on a bit of muscle, he like busts his absolute ass and eats like a horse. And yeah, like fucking just can't put on any weight. And then like he might finally get there and then he'll get like a cold for a week and ends up just losing it. And yeah, it sucks. Cheers, Phil. Good to see you, brother. Got the tea. What type of tea is it? I've had some beers recently that have tasted like bong water. The old terpene West Coasts. Yeah. Yeah, well, in Australia, a case is naturally like 24 beers, stubbies or cans. Both are 375 ml, I think. So that's obviously a stubby. So the cans are the same size. Just on preference, I don't know. I've just always preferred drinking them out of stubbies. I mean, if you pour the cans into a glass, I feel like it's a bit better, but just not having that sort of tinny taste. The only shit thing is yeah, like, because I'm always walking, it's like these are a prick to carry home, whereas the cans are a lot lighter. It's also easier with recycling and that with the cans. Cheers, Chris. Just watching a random hangout, brother. So yeah, I normally do like beer reviews, mate, like craft beer. I'm obviously Australian, but yeah, I do beers from all over the world and review them. And yeah, then every now and then I'll do hangouts. We'll have like a panel of people up here just talking shit. Or just like now, I'm just sort of relaxed and just having a couple of, just basic BBs and just chilling, talking to the chat. And there's quite a few new people in here tonight, so it's pretty cool. People from all walks of life, that's what it's all about, like building a community. Plenty of good people. You get the occasional dickhead, but they don't last very long. Yes, it is live, because I'm speaking to you as we speak. Yeah, he moved. Jeff from Slayer. Slayer are good. Yeah, Dimebag, unreal. I used to always love the designs of Dimebag's guitars, that shape and some of the artworks he had. He had like this, it was sort of like a slime green one. It was fucking unreal. Fuck yeah, dude. That'll be awesome. Yeah, that'll be so cool. Yeah, I've seen more videos of him when he's at work and stuff. He's always complaining. Seems like he's an angry sort of fella. 20 to 8 in the morning. Yeah. Yeah, good beer. We were talking about that one earlier. And we were saying about how XBA is sort of like an Australian thing. You don't really see it in other countries. Yep. Yep. I got up early this morning and did a beer review, and I thought I'm going to end up bloody pissed before lunch, but then I had to go to the local butcher to get dog bones because yeah, I'm obviously going away for a couple of days, so I wanted to get some big marrows for the boys. And then yeah, I because I was carrying a heap of shit, I thought I'll just get the bus back because I was walking down there. And then yeah, I went to Subway for lunch, and that was pretty disappointing because the chick working in there is just real scungy with the fillings. Like I asked for the Philly cheesesteak one. It's one of the new ones. I reckon there would have been about 6 tiny little pieces of steak on there. I'm like, that's fucking ridiculous. And the amount you pay, you should be getting way more bloody meat. Bundaberg peach. What's that? Like a premix or a... I didn't even know Bundaberg was available in the UK. I always just thought it was like something knowing in Australia. Yep. Vinnie Paul's Dimebag's brother, isn't it? So that's another thing. Like, yeah, I love talking about music as well. Love my music, love my sport. Normally, if I'm into something, I'm pretty passionate about it. Time to change the music again, I think. It is good just to have something random going in the background. Don't know what this one is, but we'll roll with it. You gotta roll with it. Sounds cool, dude. Yeah, it's always good seeing sort of different stuff like that. Cheers, T. Thanks for coming in, mate. No doubt we'll see you again. As I said, it's good to have some newbies in. Oh, yeah? Cool. So you're talking more like the soft drink Bundaberg, not the alcohol, or is it the alcohol? Because they're Bundaberg sort of soda drinks are different to Bundaberg alcohol. People get them confused. And it made it even more confusing because recently Bundaberg, the soda, started bringing out alcoholic drinks. It's like, oh, for fuck's sake. Tui's new. I haven't had that for ages. Good old New South Wales Tui's. Yeah, there's quite a few Tui's variants and 4X variants I want to try that I can't get here in Victoria. I should have been on the lookout more when I was in New South Wales for that sort of stuff. I want to try 4X Bitter. It's like a red one. Because I've only ever really seen 4X Gold, like the yellow. I want to try the 4X Bitter just to see if it's sort of similar to VB. And yeah, for some reason when I've done 4X reviews on YouTube, they've done pretty well. So it'd be good just to get a few variants of their stuff. Oh, yeah. Smoke them if you got them, as they say. I've finally caught up to chat. Now I can get my drinking shoes on. So another thing I was planning on maybe checking out in Melbourne, I've wanted to go to this place for a very long time, but they just have sort of hours that don't suit if you're a country lad, because you normally, when they open, you're normally heading back to the country. But because I'm sort of staying 2 nights, I've got a bit of time to kill. Anyway, there's this pizza place in Brunswick, and they do all your deep dish American style pizzas, which are very rare in Australia. They'll do like your Detroit style, your Chicago, and they're meant to be like fucking awesome. And I've wanted to go there for so long, so I'm thinking that could be a possibility tomorrow night. Tuck into a big, dirty, deep pizza. Even some Korean barbecue would be nice. I'm always on the hunt for different stuff. I wouldn't mind going to College Dropout again, or even their new venture, Glorifried. Glorifried's mainly chicken, whereas College Dropout's like, it's chicken and stuff, but it's mainly burgers. Yeah, you'd have to be a particular sort of beast to be able to do that sort of stuff. It'd be like sort of gymnastics, like, yeah, some of the shit they do. Yeah, it was unreal. I didn't want to come home. I don't know, I've been to Sydney twice now in the last few years, and just, I don't know, just the beer scene I really enjoy. Certain things about Sydney that sort of annoy me, but yeah, the beer scene's unreal. The city's definitely like picturesque, like beautiful. The weather's a little bit better than here, but most times I've been there, it's still been pretty average. It's just good to go somewhere where you're not super familiar and just checking out new stuff. See, I really enjoyed Brisbane when I went there as well. I think one thing I should probably do is plan a trip to Adelaide, just book the flights and then I book the flights, get them for real cheap if I do it well in advance, and then just like plan it for sort of later in the year, and then like just know that it's something I've got to look forward to. In all honesty, though, with how much I've spent in the last month, yeah, I probably wouldn't even be able to afford to, book flights and that yet. I've got so many fucking bills to pay, and it starts creeping up on you. Yeah, mate. Just getting going. What has it been? An hour and 15? I'm only on beer number 2. I'm talking too much. But it's no race. Yeah, this music's pretty ordinary compared to the other ones. The Rocky one's good, but you just, after hearing it for like 20 minutes straight, you just like need a change. Cool. So that's another thing I wouldn't mind trying in Melbourne is a good Italian restaurant. Obviously, the pizza place I'm going to is very far from Italian pizza. Yeah, we've got an area in Melbourne called Carlton. That's pretty much the Italian sort of hub of Melbourne. I mean, there are different little pockets where Italians, like Italian communities are, and popular Italian, like, restaurants and that sort of stuff. But Carlton's definitely the main hub. And there's a stretch there called Lygon Street. That's where there's like a heap of Italian restaurants, and say like during the Formula One and that sort of stuff, that's like World Cup football, and that's where it's really popular, where all the Italians are hanging out. And you'll see all the like Ferraris going up and down the stretch, and yeah, it's pretty cool. A lot of good cafes, restaurants. Yeah, you want them to have a bit of sauce. Yeah, cheers, mate. Always welcome in. So, are you based in New Zealand? If so, that's pretty cool. I want to go to there's a beer festival in Wellington at the main stadium there. I think it's in like August. I probably won't be able to go this year, but yeah, hopefully next year. Something I've really wanted to go to for a while. They get a lot of breweries there, and they're all based around the walkway, the outside of the stadium. Yeah, it sounds really cool, and just the Wellington itself sounds like a pretty cool city. Yeah. Don't you be yawning, Sammy. Number 3, here we go. What else do I want to do when I go to Melbourne? I wouldn't mind checking out like maybe one of the ice cream or sort of donut places. Just one of the sort of places that has like sweet stuff, just for something different. I'm not really a big ice cream person. Um, yeah. Oh yeah. Extra dollop. There used to be an ad here in Australia is talking about milk. And a guy comes into a shop looking for milk. The lady goes through all the different types, and she's like, with extra dollop. And then he goes, I just want milk that tastes like real milk. And she says whatever the brand is, and then goes, and only 2% fat, and then just like looks him up and down. And he feels real bad and goes running out of the store. Do, 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 do. Next. What a masterpiece. Sounds like it needs some like chimes. Yeah, it's like your phone can definitely hear what you're saying. It's just come up on my phone on Instagram with flights from Australia to New Zealand. That's such bullshit. Hello to the person in my phone listening to me. Cheers, brother. Cleaning the interior or the exterior or both? Ugh, shit. Yeah. In England, do they have avocado on toast? Like that's a thing here in Australia that a lot of women do. Smashed avocado on toast. Every speaker is also a microphone. Oh yeah, cool. Yeah. What are you going to change the colour of it or go with the same? Gazebos are pretty cool. It's a very random word, gazebo. What would it be, like Italian or something? Another random word is I've forgotten it. It's like in a lot of new homes. It was right. I just had it. It was right there. When you've got like it's like when in new homes where you've got sort of a pretty massive home, and you have a separate area for like sort of like a lounge room area, but sort of outside. I can't think of what it's called now. It's got a random name though that sort of sounds like it's Italian or something. It's like al dente, but not quite. Someone will know what I'm talking about. Nah. Verandas, they're pretty common in Australia. Verandas normally like your sort of your back area, the outside area, like outside your back door sort of thing. And your porch, your front porch. Mike, the front porch here is all weather beaten. I reckon when because the guy does all his own shit and he's pretty shit handyman. He thinks he's good, but he's average. Anyway, I reckon when he's done the front decking, I reckon he hasn't treated it properly. You know how you put like the oils on it to treat it from shit weather? I reckon he hasn't done it. It's all like falling apart. I'll probably get the blame for it like I do with everything else. I said to the real estate agent the other day, she's like, oh, this will be a problem and this will be a problem when you move out. I'm like, I've lived in this house for fucking 10 years. Most of it's wear and tear. You can't blame the tenant for half the shit that's gone wrong. It's like it's 10-year-old. Stuff like doesn't last. Can't just blame me because I've lived here for that long. Like all the curtains and everything, they're all like fucking falling apart, and it's like I'll end up getting the blame for that. It's like they haven't been replaced the whole time I've been here. Same colour, like fresh broad greens from Melbourne. Yeah. It's sort of like green's a pretty cool colour for a gazebo, just to sort of give it that sort of garden vibe. Yeah. And you want it to sort of look good together. It's like when you get a new piece of furniture for a lounge room or something, you want it to match up with other stuff in the lounge room. Or kitchen or hallway or bedroom or whatever. I still can't think of that name. I've got to stop thinking about it. Dark brown on inside. Yep. Yep. Yeah. It's sort of like is it al fresco? Yes. That's it. Al fresco dining. I knew it had that's what I said. It's a word sort of like al dente. Al fresco. Surely that's Italian. Yeah, it's quite often in new homes they'll have it. It's sort of like an area that's sort of like it's outside but it's inside. It's sort of like an in between, and it's like a lounge area where like you'll sit with sun facing you, or sort of like an outdoor dining area, but it's covered. I think that's what it is anyway. Al fresco dining. It sounds like a pasta. Hilux Reap. Cheers, brother. Whereabouts in Tassie are you from? I was talking about Tassie earlier. Last time I was there was probably, I don't know, maybe 5 or 6 years ago. I really enjoyed it. It's pretty cool. I like how it's still pretty cruisy down there, and it's like got that country feel wherever you are. Yeah, Hobart, cool. Yeah, when I was down there for a holiday, I did mostly Hobart, but we did like Port Arthur, Bruny Islands. Um, what's the sort of foresty area sort of north of Bruny, like to the west of Hobart? We did that. Is it Huon Valley or something like that? Did a bit of that. Yeah. So yeah, we're mostly in the south. We did Lonnie for a couple of days. We were meant to do the awesome beaches and that in the east, but yeah, we just didn't have enough time. Be the sort of thing I'll definitely get back there and do those. I'd love to do what's the area that gets the snow that's real picturesque? Is it Cradle Mountain or something like that? That looks pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah, I could imagine. Yeah, I thought Hobart was pretty rad. It looks nice, it's clean. It had really good sort of food and beverage. I like the sort of the real old school looks to a lot of the buildings. Like I went into a pub and it was like claimed to be one of the oldest pubs in Australia. And it's just real like rustic and like kept sort of in good condition. And yeah, it was cool. I had the best, to be honest, I had the best feed I've ever had in Hobart. It was a blue cheese steak with coffee rub, and it was cooked like fairly rare. And yeah, to this day, it's probably still the best meal I've ever had. It was absolutely phenomenal. Table Mountain, is it? Mount Wellington, yeah, that's the one in Hobart, isn't it? Remember when we were up there, it was just so cold and windy. And we had a hire car, and I opened up the door of the hire car, and it was that windy, it fucking nearly come off the hinge. Yeah, Tassie was cool. We just weren't there for long enough when we went. So is Table Mountain, is that the one I was thinking of that's like up sort of in the middle of Tassie to the slightly to the west? What's the one where it's like I thought it was like called Cradle something. Where it's like that in the pictures you see the lake with the mountains in the background and little huts and stuff. So is that Table Mountain? I remember when we were driving from Hobart to Launceston. Yeah, so it is Cradle Mountain. Cool. That's what I was thinking of. Like it's up higher. It's like sort of just north of halfway sort of thing. But it's like off to the other side. Yeah, I want to check that area out. Even a couple of the towns along the coast up north were pretty cool. Yeah, as I was saying, when we were driving from Hobart to Lonnie, like it doesn't take that long. It was like, yeah, it was like me driving from where I live to Melbourne. Like it was a couple of hours. So it sort of goes to show how small Tassie is. Pretty easy drive. I just remembered It was like all nice and green. I can't remember what time of the year it was, but it wasn't super cold. It was sort of just that little bit chilly, little bit windy, bit of rain. Yeah, you'd be looking up into the mountains when you were driving towards Lonnie and you got close to there. And there was like all snow on the top of the mountains. It looked pretty cool. Yeah, I remember seeing pictures of that. Looks cool. Port Arthur was awesome. Like, not only is it, I don't know, just sort of creepy with all the shit that's gone on there, but it's sort of just amazing to look at. Like, even when you're there and you're up in like the main guy, the captain's cottage or whatever the fuck it is, and you're looking over the beach. Like, just the beach and that looks amazing. Like, it's, yeah, real scenic. Just the history at Tassie was really cool. Like, I went to a brewery and it was in like a real old sort of shipping area, and yeah. Yeah. Bruny Island was pretty cool. We were able to take the hire car over on the ferry. It didn't take that long to get there, and then you're just driving around and you got like, yeah, like wineries, brewery, chocolate place, yeah, like cafes, and yeah, it was pretty cool. Because yeah, normally if you got a hire car, you're not allowed to take them on like ferries because of the risk. But they've got it set up in Tasmania, you're allowed to, which is pretty cool. Next song. God. So after this beer, I'll have to do a quick little intermission because I need to drain the lizard and get some more refreshments. The joys of live. Cool. Yeah, I remember some of the beaches there looked pretty nice, but it was sort of shit weather. Um, Seen a few people fishing, but not really swimming. There was probably heaps of shit we didn't see when we were there. Like, we were mainly going there for, yeah, just a bit of a drive around and to check out like the brewery. Because yeah, there was like a group of us wanted to try the beers and the cheese and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, the brewery was just called Bruny Island Brewing. And they had a heap of different stuff there, and we were just doing like a tasting paddle, and then we had like cheeses to go with it. I think we had lunch there as well. I think, um, yeah, we might have had a couple of wines. There was two guys and a girl. I know the girl would have had wine while we were having beer. Um, yeah, I remember going to some chocolate place as well. I was the one driving, because I think I was the only one at the time that had the full license. So yeah, I was able to have a couple of drinks and drive. Yeah. When we went to Huon Valley, we went to like it was a place where you did like a sort of a trek through the forest, and they had like the zip line things, and yeah, it's pretty cool. Looked like I reckon it looked like Huon Valley. If you're into fishing, I reckon there'd be a lot of spots there. I remember going sort of alongside and over like a lot of waterways and stuff. It just looked like the sort of place that would be good for fishing. Nah, I don't know what it was called. It wasn't caves though. It was like a thing, and there was a big walkway up in the like a purpose-built walkway thing where you're up real high and you're looking over like valleys and stuff. Like you get right up real high and you're right on the edge. I just can't remember what it was called. Yeah, that might be it. It was definitely a walk thing though, where you're up really high and looking down. A lot of people are like a bit sketchy about it. It was pretty touristy. Like there was quite a few people there. I didn't do the zip line thing though because I'd done one in Thailand a couple of years previous, and that was like way more extreme. So I was like, I can't really be bothered paying for something that's sort of pretty lackluster compared to the one I did in Thailand. Cheers, Jagman. Good to see you, brother. Just a couple of naughty ones on a Thursday night. Hope you're well. It's been a pretty cool stream. Had a heap of like random newbies coming in, and yeah, like some good people. A couple of people have subscribed, so it's always good. Everyone says that. I played when I was in Thailand with my first time I went there. I went with a mate, and we were like real rebellious and doing heaps of stupid shit. But then the second time I went was with my girlfriend at the time, and yeah, like we were like just going to heaps of different bars and partying and seeing like heaps of live music. And anyway, we went to one bar and there was these lady boys there playing Jenga. So we started playing Jenga with them and they fucking smashed us. Yeah, dude. Just got back from Sydney, spent a heap of money there, and now I'm off to fucking Melbourne. I said to the people on here before, oh, after my weekend in Melbourne, I think I need to lay low for a few months and just knuckle down at work and save some money because the old bank balance, especially too if I've got Oasis and Metallica later in the year. It's been a very good year, like very fun, eventful, heaps of good shit on, but yeah, obviously you sort of suffer financially. I've fucking worked hard though the last few years. You deserve to sort of treat yourself. Yeah. I actually wouldn't mind going to North Korea just because it's like sketchy and it'd just be intriguing. But it just sucks that when you go there, you've got to like follow strict rules and you have a person with you all the time. And yeah, I'm one of those people. I like to go places where you're sort of on the edge, a bit like places that are heaps different to like what you're used to, and you sort of put yourself in challenging positions. And yeah, yeah, that's the thing. Like you're probably here thinking Australia is not that dear, but it's yeah. Obviously, the exchange rate's awesome for you guys. Plus, you've been to like all you can eat places and shit like that. What did you think of just the standard prices of sort of food and beers and that, where it hasn't been like happy hour or anything special? Next beer. Yeah. I still think packaged stuff though is way more expensive here than what it is in UK. At least you guys can get like cases of beer for a reasonable price, unlike us. Would you like a fridge magnet picture on magnetic paper? I'll post it to you if you're. What would the picture be? It sounds pretty cool. Yeah, like what did you pay for the banh mi, Adam? I think I'll pass on that one. See, pre-pandemic, you could get a banh mi here for about $6. Um, yeah, most places now are charging. I mean, your typical Vietnamese bakeries in the suburbs are probably charging about $8 or $9. But yeah, anywhere in the city, they're like fucking 10 to $15 now. It's ridiculous. Yeah, so that's expensive, especially if it was shit. You can only get. I don't know who served you, but you only ever buy banh mi's from places where you walk in and it's like a row of about like an assembly line of about five little Vietnamese women, and they're all really short and they just got it all down pat, and boom, walk out of there, you're happy. But in saying that, the best one that I've recently had is at a cafe in Footscray, and it's just a husband and wife team, and the hubby's the one that does it, but he just fuck, they are good. I don't know if you've seen the picture I had of that one, Adam. I can send it to you if you want. Wow, that was $10. They've got a heap of different options, but it's real big and filling, and just the quality of the meat is just sensational. And if you want chili, they load it up. And my mate that also rates it number one is part Vietnamese, so he sort of knows his shit. The inner thigh. Cool. Yeah, I'll have to have a look. So is that sort of something you do as a hobby, mate? Yeah, that doesn't seem to happen as much. I noticed when I was in Sydney, I was seeing a lot of that. In Melbourne, that doesn't happen everywhere. But yeah, I did realise that when you're going into a lot of places in Sydney, it'll have the price. Like even the breweries I was going to, it'd have the price of a pint or a schooner or whatever, and then you'd go to pay for it on your card, and it'd be like an extra like 80 cents or $1 or $2 or yeah, it's definitely something I noticed when I was in Sydney. Um, yeah, I haven't noticed that in Melbourne as much, so it might be more of like a New South Wales thing. Don't know. I forgot about that. Yeah, I remember the other day whenever I was buying something, it was always dearer than what it said up on the board, and I was like, "What the fuck's going on?" What I'm going to do, and hopefully people still stick around, because I'm probably going to have a couple more beers still. I just need to grab some more out of the fridge and go to the toilet. So I'm going to have a little intermission. Um, yeah, give us a couple of minutes and I'll be back. So stick around. I won't be too long. And we're back. It's a little bit chilly outside. Yeah, for those of you that don't know, my beer fridge is out in the shed. So every time I got to get beers, it's a bit of a journey, especially when it's dark and wet and cold. VB. Oh yeah, cool. Yeah. Yeah, I'll have a look, brother. Yeah. I'll type it in there. This stupid advertising for AI glasses keeps coming up on my social media. It's driving me nuts. On your profile, does it have light painter and photographer Phil? If so, I'll add you as a friend. I'm pretty sure it's the one because I reckon it's a similar picture. Cool. It'd be cool to have one of my dogs. New music. Has anyone seen or heard from Craig recently? Haven't caught up with him for a while. Hope he's well. I'll have to check in on him. I just know that he was sort of taking it easy with the beers of late. This tune sounds alright. What's this one called? Into Space. Now I'm all gassy. I'm like bloated. I'm like burping, hiccuping. Yeah. Now I've got some pretty cool photos of my dogs. I've got this one in particular where they're like the two of them are together up on the couch, and it's a photo. Whenever people ask about my dogs, it's always the photo I show them. So yeah, something like that'd be awesome on like on something like you're talking about. Or even I'll tell you one thing that'd look cool. The photo I took of the Harbour Bridge the other night. That'd look unreal on something like that. I'll show you the photo, Phil. So I took this photo the other night. I'm standing up on the Sydney Opera House steps, and yeah, that's looking towards the bridge with the ferry right in front of it. It's all lit up. Pretty cool. It was just perfect timing with the lighting and the ferry underneath. And then this is a photo I snuck of the band at the end of the gig at the Opera House. They're all hugging, about to sort of bow to the crowd. It's just a shame that one guy's got his hands right up. I feel like they're going down even better now, these beers. It's like I'm just starting to get the taste for it. Yeah, my dogs are like my life. I fucking love them. They're like my family. Yeah, that Sydney one would be cool. I just thought of it. Just remember when I took that photo, because I took so many good photos in Sydney, but that was one that just stood out. Oh yeah, what do you got? And where are you? Like, are you back at the hotel, or are you out at a pub somewhere, or a restaurant or something? Actually, you probably wouldn't be at a pub because they'd all be closed. Yeah, I really think, Adam, if you do get time at all, even if it's like 2 hours, where you want to just go and do one or two breweries, I'll tell you exactly what to do, how to get there as quick as possible. And yeah, I'll even talk to the guy that runs it and tell him that you're going there and to yeah, give you his good beers. Yeah. Yeah, scenic routes, like, it's pretty light drinking, but still a fairly decent beer. I can't remember. It's more hazy, isn't it? Sort of a light hazy beer. Yeah. I honestly think you should do. I don't know. I just thought Future Brewing was so fucking good, and I'd just wish, I don't know, like, I'd just love for you to experience it, just so you know sort of where it's at with a real good Sydney brewery. And I mean, if you got a, I don't know, a couple of hours, you could do Future and maybe Bracket as well, or Kicks, because they're all in the same area. I'd even fucking, if I was you, I'd do maybe just two beers at Future, one at Bracket and one at Kicks, and you've crossed off like three absolutely brilliant breweries. But I have a Future beer for you and a Bracket beer for you, so at least you're getting to try them anyway. But yeah, I just felt Future was so fucking good. Like, every beer was like elite level, like that. When I was there, I was just like, this is what Aussie craft is about. Like, and yeah, I didn't even realise, like, the guy that was behind the bar is like the main dude that does it all, and I'm just chatting to him, just chatting to him like I normally do, and then he's like, yeah, like, after I left, he's like real thankful, and he's like, "Oh, I enjoy your Parkway gig," and I'm just like, what a fucking legend. Like, yeah, I think he just appreciated, because, like, I say it how it is, and I was like, I don't know, knowledgeable about the different beer styles, and yeah, I think he just sort of appreciated having someone like that there. And then he obviously seen a couple of my photos on Insta and like some untapped stuff, and yeah, it was just cool when I was going to Parkway and here I get a message from like the owner of one of the best breweries in Australia. I'm like, fuck yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's cool. You'll definitely get to try more of them. I have a few for you. I can't wait for you to try the double red. I just hope it's still drinking well. Because, yeah, I got it for you. It would have been at least probably a month and a half ago, but I just think it's one of those beers that's still going to be drinking real good. And I know that it's, yeah, a sort of style that you love. Um, yeah, the range and verdant beer you'll love. That's fucking drinking unreal now. Like, it's sort of at its peak now. Um, yeah, you'll see a heap of the others. Just with the Future one, though, we might even have to drink it together, just because, yeah, fucking baggage handlers were a bit rough with my bag, and two of the beers I brought home had got huge dints in them, and yeah, one of them was the Future beer, unfortunately. Next beer. This song reminds me of like a proper song, like it's going to build up into it. I think it's Macklemore. Yeah, I reckon it's a Macklemore song, the one where it's about I think it's about like same-sex couples or something. It's sort of like more of a dramatic song, but it sounds like that. Yeah, one thing that impressed me when I went to Kicks, the husband and wife there or whatever they are, they were really cool. So yeah, the service was unreal. They had really hop forward like West Coast and like West Coast Pilsners. And then they had really fucking awesome like Czech style lagers. But then they had all the usual like hazies and a couple of stouts and that as well. I just felt the selection of beers was really good. And they were sort of like underdogs because when I've had their beers previously, they've just been sort of starting out and they've been okay, but now they're on that level where they're probably like, one of the, I don't know, top tier breweries in Australia. And then you've got Bracket just around the corner that are sort of the same. But the only thing with Bracket is they tend to do too many hazies. And I used to think the same with Future, but now, I feel like Future are expanding a bit. But just based on quality, Future, just every single beer was banging. Like even their Schwartz beer was like, I even said to him, I go, that's probably one of the best Schwartz beers I've ever had. I said another one in Australia that's just as good as White Bay. They're another Sydney brewery. And I said, apart from that, any other one I've had would be like German. I said, that's how good it is. The quality is awesome. Another thing that was cool too when I was hanging out at Future, because there wasn't that many there because it was right when it opened. In the early days anyway, it started getting busy as I left. There was another guy there and because I'm like real outgoing and loud and everyone sort of hears probably what I say if it's in a quiet venue. And the guy's like, oh yeah, I heard you saying this or I heard you saying that. It's like everyone hears my conversation. He sort of introduced himself and he goes, oh, if you want to sit at the bar with us, just come up. He goes, you don't need to sit there by yourself. And I'm like, oh, just sort of chilling. I said, I'll come up and sit next to you. And then, we were just talking about shit and showed me his, showed me like his Instagram and, he's like been doing beer reviews for a while and just goes around and does like a lot of Sydney stuff. So that was pretty cool. The O Show. G'day. How you going? Good to see you. Welcome in. Just on the good stuff. Just talking about anything and everything. Currently talking about the Sydney beer scene. But there was a couple of pubs I got recommended, but I just didn't have time to go to them. And Bitter Few was obviously a place a few people mentioned. I'm sort of hoping, Adam, we get a chance to go to Carwin Cellars, just so I can show you sort of my favourite craft beer bar / bottle shop. I've got to look up too how far we're staying from each other. I'm pretty sure it's not that far. Like it'd only be about five minutes or 10 minutes on the tram. But yeah, I feel we get started early. Head out to southeast, and whichever one's open the earliest we'll go to first. Just get an Uber out there and go Hobbies, and yeah. Favorite Sydney beer. So I've got like probably 5 favorite Sydney breweries. I'll reel them off. If you can include mountain culture in Sydney, I'll say them, even though they're out in the outer west, the Blue Mountains. Future, which is in Marrickville. Bracket, which is in Marrickville. Kicks, which is in Marrickville. And White Bay, which is in Balmain. I wanted to get back to White Bay, but yeah, once again, ran out of time. It's funny because White Bay to me is sort of like Boat Rocker in Melbourne. They're so fucking good at all these different styles. A lot of classic stuff, a lot of random shit, but their hazies are pretty average. And I think that's cool. I think that's good. They're appealing to different people, and they're worried more about other styles because the market's so saturated with hazies. It's like they don't really care too much about them. White Bay do try to bust them out, but they every now and then they'll get a decent one, but they have a lot of hit and miss. And Boat Rocker, I don't know if I've ever had a really good hazy from them. They've either just been average or pretty shit. And I don't know, part of me though doesn't care because they're so good at all these other styles. You never know though, like me and Adam are going there on Saturday, and they might even have a new hazy on tap that might be really good, but I'm not going there for hazies. I'm going there for like dark beers and English classics and wild ales and all that sort of shit. Yeah, I'm from country Victoria. So I spend a fair bit of time in Melbourne. But as far as beers go, I drink stuff from all over Australia, and like worldwide as well. But there's particular breweries I order from all the time. There's like a handful. Mountain Culture's one of them. I would say Mountain Culture, probably Range and Banks. They're probably the top 3 that I'm always getting new stuff from. For a while there, I was getting everything Future were bringing out, but then they started pumping out too many hazies and pales, and it was like I started sort of losing interest. Bracket, I used to buy from every month, but then they had trouble where the place they were leasing got too expensive, and they had to sort of pack up and find somewhere else to go. So they sort of were in, I don't know, what are you called? Hiatus. I don't know if that's the right word. MIA. They were gone for a while anyway, but it was good to see them back. Yeah, cool. Whereabouts are you from, and what sort of beers do you like? And with the name, The O Show, I'm assuming you've got like a YouTube channel or something? So yeah, normally if I go down to Melbourne, I'll go down on the earliest train possible, but because I'm going for 2 nights, it's like there's no sort of hurry, so I'm getting the mid-morning train because now they used to just have an early morning train and then a midday one and then a later one, but now they've got this one sort of in the middle of the morning, which, yeah, if you're not in a hurry, it's sort of perfect. And then that means too that I'm only really away from the dogs for sort of 2 full days. So yeah, they got a heap of marrow bones there. I'll feed them before they're gone. Yeah, I'll make sure they got plenty of water. They're going to be nice and warm. Oh yeah, I didn't realise you got here that early. I thought, yeah, you were in later. It's pretty cool. What time's your walking tour? Like, is it sort of like a night thing? Yeah, one thing you'll find, you're flying into Avalon, aren't you? One thing you'll find, dude, it's so basic. Like, the airport is tiny and everything is just so quick. It's like bang. It's like no fucking around. Like that. If you're at the main airport in Sydney or Melbourne, you're up for, yeah, like anything you do takes a bit of time, even like the baggage claim and walking out of there and stuff. But I reckon at Avalon, I walked off the plane, down onto the tarmac, straight into the building, grabbed my bag within about 2 minutes, and then straight out the front door. That's how easy it was. So yeah, it's one thing that's cool. Yeah, you get an Airbus, aren't you, from like the Sky Bus from Avalon to Southern Cross, I'd imagine. We had a huge hiccup. Oh, okay. Yeah, well, that makes sense. That's pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah, well, my advice, dude, is when you first walk out the front glass doors, like where you pick up your bag, you sort of veer slightly off to the left and you walk across 1 or 2 roads, and then there's a little bus shelter. That's where you get the Ubers and that from. The first road that you get to is only for Sky Bus and taxi. So you sort of start walking into the car park. I wasn't that sure, but I was sort of like I started to see the signs, and then I was asking people, and yeah, there's just this little bus shelter. It's sort of like a beige colour. And yeah, you cross sort of 1 or 2 roads to get to it, and then people are just waiting there for like Ubers and stuff. Yeah, because I got one from there to Lara Station because I had to get back to Geelong to then get back to home. And yeah, massive crisis at Lara Station. Someone crashed into a boom gate at the next station, and every single train that was coming into Lara had to like disembark, and there was like over 1,000 people waiting to get on buses to get back to Geelong, and I was one of the first people there, stuck. I was stuck for 3 hours, and like people kept pushing in, and buses were pulling up, and the people organising it had no idea what they were doing. and all the people that had been waiting for hours would be stuck in this certain spot. The buses would then pull up further down, and all the people were getting straight off the trains onto the buses. And it's like, what the fuck are you doing? We've been waiting here for hours. You're just pushing in. It was really bad organised, and it was pissing down rain, and there was people fighting. Like the cops had to be called because, yeah, it was getting real hostile, and yeah, just so badly organised. The lady that was trying to control it, it was just like fucking useless. It's like in that situation, you need a big, strong bloke that doesn't second guess himself. He's just direct and says, "You go here, you go there. I don't want any fucking shit from anyone." Like, yeah, it was just terrible. And there's a particular ethnic group in situations like that. They're fucking selfish and they don't give a shit about anyone else but themselves. So yeah, I got to that station, and if I had got back to Geelong on time, I would have got home about 3 hours earlier than what I did. So I was already stressing out a bit because, like, I'd left my dogs for a night longer than I wanted to. And then, yeah, because all the trains got held up, thankfully, one of the trains back to my hometown was running late as well. So I was able to get on that and still get home a little bit earlier than the last train. But yeah, just in situations like that, it's like one thing you'll find is all the, I don't know, just your your old school Aussies will stand there and be patient and wait, and like they'll allow like women and children and that to get on first, and yeah, they're sort of calm in a situation like that. But yeah, there's one or two particular ethnic groups. It's just like they're fucking disgusting in those situations. I'm not afraid to call them out. And yeah, if it wasn't for the government, like being so fucking greedy, and yeah, like immigration's just way too intense these days. That's why we have all these situations now. Infrastructure can't keep up with it. Like I took a photo and there was just like a sea of people. You couldn't even see the car park or the concrete or anything. But yeah, one of the guys, he was like you could tell he was like a druggy type. Would have been the type that would have used to have been on ice, I reckon. He just had that behavioural sort of thing. He had this little kid in a pram and he's whinging, going, "It's raining, my kid's getting wet, out of the way, out of the way." And he's like pushing through everyone. And then there's other people going, "We've got kids too. What makes you think you can fucking push in?" And then, yeah, one guy goes, "Yeah, that's right. I've got two kids here now. Fuck off. Get back to the back of the line." And then all of a sudden, the two guys are just at each other, just fucking full on, like threatening to kill each other. And he's going, "Oh, as soon as we get off that bus, mate, I'm going to cave your head in." And then the other guy's saying the same sort of shit. And then the one that was making the big scene got told he wasn't getting on the bus, so obviously then he's kicked off and he's like acting even worse, and he's like, I'm calm, and I started laughing. I said, "Oh geez, I'd hate to see him when he's angry then." Next song. This one's called Night Driving. Something I haven't done for a while. Pardon me, that was very rude. Oh yeah, that's what I got to do. I'll look up the distance from my hotel to yours. Now, where were we? Okay. I'm not one of those rude people that sits there on their phones during streams. I'm just doing a quick lookup of something. Yeah, your apartment, hotel things in a sort of good area. It's close to like public transport. It's 1 kilometre. If you were to drive, it is a 4-minute drive. Um, oh, yeah, cool. So, yeah, it's pretty much, if I was to go to yours, from mine to yours, or you go from yours to mine, you just got a little walk, then like a sort of a 7-minute tram ride, and then you're right there. It's pretty easy. We're pretty close to each other. That's like, stick your miles up your bum. That's what the Americans use. You may as well use Fahrenheit if you're going to use miles. I'm pretty sure the Canadians use kilometres, don't they? Oh, yeah? Canberra Brewery. Cool. Yeah. We just want to go to Banks and Boat Rocker. That's all I know to start off with. But yeah, I don't know. It's like we can get the train out there, or we can just get an Uber. But yeah, it's like maybe we could meet somewhere for breakfast first, or I don't know. It just depends on what your plans are. Obviously, yeah, like I'm sort of ready to go whenever you are. But yeah, my initial plan is I wanted to do Banks and Boat Rocker just because they're both out in the southeast and they're awesome. And then I was thinking of maybe doing like Carwin Cellars, which is back sort of in a different area. Just depending on how we're going for time. Yeah, not all of them, only a small percentage. Most of the ones that don't speak French hate the ones that do, and vice versa. So yeah, I think we're mainly aiming to get to these breweries in the southeast when they open, dude. So yeah, it's like maybe we could catch up before that and then head out there, or do like a breakfast somewhere or something. And then yeah, when I thought when we come back in, go somewhere sort of closer to where we're staying. But yeah, I don't know. I just thought it'd be cool to take you to Carwin Cellars because it's sort of like the place where I go all the time, and they've always got good beers on tap, and heaps of good shit in the fridge, and it's pretty chilled. Yeah, the suburbs is where it's at. The city's shit. But yeah, there are a few breweries out that southeast way, so. Oh, whereabouts is it? I don't even know what Legoland is. I just assumed it was. I know they had some funny Lego exhibition thing in the main shopping centre in Melbourne, but I was like, surely that's not going to take long if someone's going there. It must be something that's out of Melbourne, is it? Chadston. Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, that's the shopping centre. When you said she was talking about going to a shopping centre, mainly because of like Kath and Kim or something, I thought you were referring to just for shopping, and I thought, oh, she should go to Chadston. Chadston's sort of the shopping centre in the Melbourne area. So, yeah, if she's going there with a friend, they'll probably have a ball. There's plenty to do there. I didn't know there was some Lego thing, unless it's the same thing I was thinking of and they've moved it to another place. But yeah, Banks Brewing, dude, it's like, I mean, they're going to have IPAs, but they're also going to have some stouts, maybe a couple of lagers, a couple of English beers, but we'll mainly be going there. That's more for the IPA sort of stuff, hop forward stuff, and maybe stouts. Whereas Boat Rocker will be more going there for like their dark beers, their English style stuff, their wild ales. We'll get ourselves a fancy little wild ferment beer. That'll be good. And they also have They've got their own distillery stuff as well. Both breweries, actually, Banks have their own pizza and burgers and stuff, and I think they've just made the menu better. Just recently, I've heard good things. Boat Rocker's more food truck. They have like food trucks rock up, but yeah. My plan was just to sort of chill at both of them for as long as we want, and then come back into the city, and then you're at least close to where you're staying, and I thought it'd be cool to do Carwin Cellars, maybe something else out that way just while we're there. Whether we wanted to go for a feed somewhere. Yeah, it's probably just gonna. A lot of it'll probably pan out onto like what Jackie's up to as well. I'm sure you'll be checking in every now and then. Yeah, well, that was the thing. That was a place I thought of going because Fox Friday's beers are fucking amazing. I was just worried though that if they'd gone into liquidation or whatever, you'd rock up there and it'd be real shit. So I was sort of going to try and see if any of my mates had been there recently. But it would be worth going, if we're going to go there on the way back into the city because it's in Richmond. That's a good thing about Richmond is there's some other places in that area as well. There's definitely heaps of options. It's going to be rad. Oh, yeah, so it's like a separate place. Cool. Yeah, because I sort of want to go back to Fox Friday. One thing too, dude, is Carwin Cellars, my favourite bar, that was owned by Fox Friday. So even if we don't get a chance to go there, you'll be able to try some of their beers at Carwin. Molly Rose is another good one. It's like it's a brewery bar. They do like wines, they do food pairings, it's pretty chilled. It's sort of like, it's got an industrial vibe to it, but it's in amongst a heap of houses. So it's in sort of like more of a residential area. It's pretty cool. It's in the same sort of like area as a few of the others. Yeah, exactly. And the other option too is we could go to another thing we could do is Benchwarmer. Benchwarmer's near not far from where I'm staying, so it wouldn't be far from you either. They've got some Asian beers on tap. So they got like Japanese stuff. That's a pretty cool little craft beer bar. That was another sort of option I thought of. Could be somewhere to go sort of later on in the day. There's a newer stomping ground out near Banks and Boat Rocker, so I thought we could even go there because I haven't been to that one. Stomping grounds for me are good, but it's just because I've been to the one in Collingwood so many times. It's just like, they're sort of that type of brewery. Their beers are good, but they're not world beaters, but definitely worth a visit. So that might be the go. Maybe we do Stomping Ground while we're out that way. You've also got Dainton out there. You've got actually Wolf of the Willows. Wolf of the Willows is another brewery that's out that way that, yeah, they've got a new brew pub and I haven't visited, but their beers are good. They do like smoked porters and like a black IPA. Like they do sort of like slightly obscure beers. They're like a husband-wife team. They're pretty cool. Actually, yeah. That might be something to look into, maybe Wolf of the Willows. Because you could easily do, especially if we're getting like an Uber, could easily do Banks, Boat Rocker, Stomping Ground, and Wolf of the Willows in an afternoon. Yeah. Romper Stomper. Good Aussie, good Aussie film that. Yeah. See, Banks and Boat Rocker, if I lived on the other side of Melbourne, I'd be at those two all the time. So that's why I really want to go there. And I know they've got good quality stuff. So it's sort of like showing off some of Melbourne's best. As far as the breweries go, they're sort of like, as in the actual facilities, like nothing special. But yeah, they're just going to have good products and good service, good vibes. Next beer. As Real Ale Craft Beer says, a little smoke on the opening. Speaking of, I'll be drinking his beer soon. Thanks to Paul of Rate My Beer and Adam of Mersey Beers. It's going to be funny reviewing that. I'll put it up on the Rate My Beer Facebook group. Put it up as a live review coming soon. Try and get a heap of people watching it live. It'll be funny. Hey, Matt. How you going, brother? Yeah. It's absolute stunning beer, isn't it? So it's a core range, Adam, and it's probably like one of the best core ranges you'll ever have. It's just is it an IPA or a pale ale? Yeah, Four Pines are actually. See, some of the breweries you've had that I've seen on your Untapped are like sold out, and Four Pines is one of them. But yeah, they've always had okay beers. It just at the end of the day, it's just it's sort of like a lot of it just goes on what you've had. You've probably had some good beers from Four Pines, whereas some of the other breweries you've just had sort of lackluster stuff. Cool. When you opened it, did it go all night long? Who's that? Lionel Richie, isn't it? What a feeling. We're dancing on the ceiling. Yeah, I would highly suggest that. If you see it at some stage, definitely grab. He doesn't need to grab the 2 beers I've got I've got 3, possibly 4 mountain culture beers for him. Double red, because I know that he'll love it. Zero Mississippi, which is going to be a big multi-boy. And then, yeah, those 2 big stouts they did recently, the collabs with Bottle Logic. Either one or both of them. It just depends on, like how much room I've got. Actually, here's a question for you, Adam. If it comes down to it, I'm probably going to give you both the beers, but if it comes down to it and I can only give you one, would you prefer a chocolate banoffee pie imperial stout or I'm pretty sure the other one's chocolate, vanilla and cinnamon? And in all honesty, I think they're on par. If anything, I'd probably prefer the later one because the cinnamon's not too massive. But in saying that, I'm not a huge banana fan. I feel like if someone's a massive banana fan, they'll love the other one. Yeah. I thought he sang all night long. All night long. Who sang that then? Is it like Stevie Wonder or something? I thought it was Lionel Richie. Yeah, you'll love the double red. I just really hope. See, I've got 2 massive fucking triple IPAs for you. The Zero Mississippi from Mountain Culture, which it drinks fucking amazing, but I just don't know how it's going to drink like, because it's probably about 2 to 3 months old now. And the Pirate Life one, loose lips, sink ships. But I think they're both going to be the sort of beers, even if they lost their hop character, I think they're still going to be pretty good. Just real malty. And I know you love like malty beers. So I was like, yeah, that's why I kept 2 of them for you. Yeah, thought so. Yeah, it's sort of good that you can do that. It was, I tell you what, coming home from Sydney, I had a dozen beers and it was such a fucking struggle carrying the bag around. The bag only weighed, it was only 15 kilo previous to putting the 12 beers in there, but once I put them in there and I had a few other things, it was like, fuck, it was heavy carrying it around. Especially when you're walking up and down hills in the city, and yeah, especially when you get to places that you wanted to check out and then they were closed and you have to turn back around. It's like, it's one thing I noticed with Sydney, Matt, is everything fucking closes very early and it's hard to get a beer at a late time. Yeah. You'll definitely see status quo in a heap of places, Adam. Like, in my opinion, it's the best pale ale I've ever had. I've had some decent. I had that one from Track. I really enjoyed, but it's sort of a lower ABV. Whereas Status Quo sort of drinks like it's almost an IPA. Yeah. Hey, cool. What hops are you going this time, dude? I think I asked you, but I forgot. Yeah. Uh, what a track. Yes, all the seas. You're a nugget. Oh no, I can feel another piss coming on. Oh well, if I'm going to continue, I need more beers anyway, so. I've been going for 3 hours. Not bad. Do 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 do. Yeah, I'll probably try and squeeze another review in the morning before I leave. Not sure what yet. Yeah, for sure. Like, it was just annoying because I was getting recommended places to check out. And I went there at like fucking 10:30 at night and they were closed. I'm like, it's fucking ridiculous. So yeah, Hotel Sweeney's was one. And then like Bit of Few was another. And then there was one with Keg in the name. Is it Cork and Keg or something like that? Keg and Cage or, yeah. All three were closed. I walked to two of them and they were both closed, and I was like, well, yeah. And then I ended up going to Sweeney's the next day because it was open at like 11 o'clock in the morning and I needed to kill sort of a couple of hours. The rooftop wasn't open when I got there, but then it was open sort of not long before I was leaving. So I had a cask ale downstairs and then I had a couple of quick crafties before I left. It's a pretty cool place. I'm starting to like move around heaps now. I know I need to go to the loo real bad. Yeah. Cheers, Jimmy. Good to see you, brother. Hope you're well. Yeah, for sure. I love the setup of Sweeney's. Like, it was cool. It's real old school. Heaps of different levels, like different sort of needs. It'd be the sort of place like, yeah, I'd love to go to and just chill out for a few hours. The rooftop would be cool at night time, I reckon. One thing that was a bit shit about it is they seemed to have a lot of English backpacker workers, and you could just tell they weren't really knowledgeable about beer. They just, I don't know, just you got that feeling like they didn't really want to be there. They didn't give a fuck. There was a young Aussie bloke working down in the main bar downstairs. He was pretty good. But yeah, just the two English fellas that were sort of upstairs. It was just, I don't know, I sort of got a bad vibe from them. Fucking Poms. Cask. Cask. I believe cask is the southern version and the cask is the northern, I think. I think that's how it works. Yeah, fucking pommy, fucking backpacker fuckers. Yeah. I thought it was pretty cool. They only had one cask beer when I was there. They certainly didn't have the shoots in a can. Or actually, they probably did, but I just probably didn't have time and didn't see it. Yeah, true. I can't. You're certainly not a backpacker. Ugh. You're sleeping in a normal venue with your lady, and yeah, you're not fucking snoozing at a hostel and paying $30 a night. That's the thing. Hostels now are probably about $80 a night. The old cost of living, eh? She's going up. Inflation. Oh, so it was on a different level. Yeah, no, they were all closed when I went there. The only time I seen them is when I was carrying my fucking heavy bag up those steps, and I'm like, oh my fucking god. When I got up there and he goes, it's not open for another 45, I was fucking livid. I'm like, the anger started coming out. I'm like, oh, I fucking walked here last night at 10:30 and yours weren't open. I'm like, oh, now I've been let down again. Yeah, their new venue must be fucking massive as far as like the tanks and that go. I'd love to check out that Emu Plains venue. Oh yeah, so yeah, you've seen it in the fridge and you're like, oh yeah, yeah, that's normally the case. If they've got something there on site, they'll sell it, but you just can't, yeah, drink there. Yeah. The guy downstairs was saying heaps of English guys rock up there just to drink the cask downstairs. Because obviously, yeah, it's rare. You don't see that sort of thing hardly anywhere. Cheers, dude. Yep. On the green god, the green goblin, the legend, the king, the vitamin B, whatever you want to call it. King Brown. It's pretty chilly down here. Looking at my thing, it says frost warning in effect, but it's currently 3 degrees Celsius here. However, it is 1 a.m. Yeah, boy. Yeah, wasn't too bad in Sydney. Certainly not as cold as Melbourne. It's mainly just, yeah, sort of nights and mornings. During the day, it's been alright. Yeah. Yeah, I've been to the Katoomba one twice. Um, yeah, Emu Plains was sort of fairly new when I went there, or actually, it might not even been open yet. Can't really remember. Cheers, dude. Yeah. You'll be right during the day wearing shorts, but just like nights and mornings, it gets really cold. Here he goes. You trying the? I bet you he doesn't even see Foster's while he's here. He might see Forex somewhere. Anyway, boys, talk amongst yourselves for a couple of minutes. I need to drain the lizard and get myself a couple more bevies. I'll be back. And we're live. What a track. It's your round, Phil. Sam Booker shots for everyone. Yeah, I love when you go to a brewery and it has those smells. Some of them, it's like you'll get out of the car and it's like still miles away to where the brewery is, and you can just smell it in the air. You're out of beer. That's when you start to raid the cupboard and fridge and see what else you got. I found this earlier and I was like, this could be a bit of a collector's item. One of our best craft breweries that went into liquidation. Bit of a shame. Yeah, see, Rocky Ridge might be a good place for us to go at them because they're a West Australian brewery. They got heaps on offer at their brew pub. It's like about 20 taps. So that's a place that could be worth a check out. Near them is a really good lager brewery, but I know you're not too much of a lager man. There's actually a craft bar bottle shop near Rocky Ridge that I've always wanted to check out, so it's another option. The options are endless. But yeah, very rare that we'll be in the city unless it's like for like breakfast or a feed or something. Because the city of Melbourne is pretty much just Chinese students and big conglomerate chain companies. It ain't what it used to be, baby. It's pretty much Shanghai South. But when you do your walking tour, you will enjoy it. It is a very lively, beautiful city. One thing I found with Sydney and Melbourne, as far as buildings and that goes, I feel like Melbourne's sort of more, I don't know, compact and sort of darker. History's sort of the same. And then like all your modern stuff's pretty similar. Yeah, the harbour area of Sydney though, like Melbourne can't compete with that. That's fucking awesome. It is pretty cool down by the Yarra, especially like Crown Casino. Yeah, like at night when you've got all the flames coming out and all that shit. Melbourne Cricket Ground, anywhere around there is pretty cool. That's what we should be doing, going to a game of Aussie rules football. Yeah. It's the same with Fox Friday. It's like, what the fuck happened there? Fox Friday, in my opinion, within a year or two, they would have been one of the best breweries in Australia. And then just, I don't know what the fuck's happened. Their growth was always a bit suspicious, though. So I went and visited their brewery in Hobart, and it was just this tiny little fucking industrial space. Beers were okay. And then within like 4 years, they've just turned into this fucking massive brewery, pumping out some of the best beers in the country, and they're buying all these other businesses. It's like, what the fuck's going on? They poach like one of the best brewers in the country. Yeah, it just all went pretty quick. Something shady going on. Yeah, Bracket are unreal. Yeah, it was good having a bit of a chat to the dude at Bracket, because I sort of wondered what was going on. Like, last time I went to Bracket was their old venue, and it was like the father and son team. And now they've got this other dude there that's sort of the main guy, but he's sort of like the bar manager. And it was like, I was asking him sort of what was going on. I'm like, Bracket's still like a father-son team, isn't it? And he's like, yeah. He goes, I'm the bar manager. I'm sort of the main front of house type. He said the dad still brews, and then the son sort of stepped back. He doesn't do as much anymore. It sort of sounded like the son didn't really know what the fuck he was doing. That's just the vibes I got from the conversation anyway. But yeah, when I first went to Bracket, and then I seen them at festivals and that, yeah, they were really good dudes. I remember the young fella even remembered my name. He'd only met me once, and then I seen him at a festival, and he's like, "Oh, Sam." I'm like, "What the fuck?" Bit of smoke on the opening there. So I'm on VB number 7. Yeah, I'd have Bracket. Yeah. Okay, Matt, I want to hear you name 10 Aussie brew. Actually, we'll make it. Yeah, make it 10. I want to hear 10 Aussie breweries that you love. Yeah. Old Peculiar. Yeah, I think I've only ever had that like once. I always think of Raggy when I think of beers like that. But yeah, I had a Theakston's on cask when I was in Sydney, so that was pretty cool. Okay, 5 then. I wanted to say more just so you go sort of outside the box and it's not just New South Wales. For me, if I had to name 10, I would say Mountain Culture, Banks, Boat Rocker, Future, Bracket. Did I say range? Working title. Kicks. Yeah, I don't know if you can still say Fox Friday or not. Even White Bay, I reckon I'd have up there. Hopefully with White Bay, Dennis and Jess go back and work there at some stage. So I feel like they were the ones that changed that place, got it going. Yeah, Foster's isn't even Aussie, dude. No, you don't see much Aussie stuff there just because it's just too far to travel. It's not worth Aussie breweries sending stuff that far because they're worried about the quality, and then obviously the prices would be insane, and English people complain about the price of their own beer, let alone paying more for Aussie stuff. So it's just not worth it. Yeah, boy. Cheers, dude. I was just chilling. Didn't really have many beers throughout the day, just a couple of reviews. And then I was like, I feel like a couple of VBs. I'm just going to go live and do a little VB hangout. And the first hour, there was all these randoms, like new people. Most of them are really good. Gained a couple of subscribers out of it. You got the occasional troll, but they didn't last long. And then, just been pretty solid since. It's just been good. I've just been chatting about sort of Sydney and the craft beer scene in Australia and food and whatever else. It's been good. And we're currently feeding the ducks with the music. Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, if you can say Fox Friday, I'll have them in there for sure. One Drop, yeah, I'd probably say them. Yeah. It's obviously a pretty similar list to mine. Yeah, 5's shit. See, if I said 5, they'd just, you'd pretty much just be naming your 5 favourite Sydney breweries, and that'd be it. See, when Working Title do good beers, they're fucking unreal, but they have a few misses. They are doing a dark beer event this weekend, and they're doing 5 collab big stouts. One of them's with Future, one of them's with Kicks, I think. They're going to be awesome beers. And it's I really want them, but I just don't think I can afford it right now. I think they go on sale tomorrow. But the event itself would be awesome to go to. Rocky Ridge. Sort of a funny one for me. I really thought they were the sort of brewery that were probably elite level Aussie brewery. but I've had a lot of missed beers from them, and I just don't think their IPAs are up to the same quality as most others. So I just can't have them as a favourite brewery anymore. I mean, it might change. I might have more beers from them, and yeah, that's what's good about going to the brewery. Like, I can possibly go to the brewery tomorrow or Saturday. But yeah, just the last few times I've went there and got takeaways, I've probably been like, there's probably been more beers that I've been unimpressed with than impressed. So yeah, it's like I still feel like they've got a fair bit of work to do. Yeah, was it you that was telling me about the red IPA there? Because a guy I was hanging with at Future, he goes, "Oh, if your mate likes a good red IPA, try the Reckless one." And I was like, I've got a feeling that might have been what Matt said. Yeah, what was that one, dude? Who was that, like a Holy Goat collab or something? I remember like the photo you sent me, I thought, oh, it looks like a new Ghost. Ugh. I didn't realise it was called Goats in the Machine. But yeah, I'm thinking of... Oh, so it's Jester King. Cool. Yeah. Yeah, I know that the last couple of times I've been to Rocky Ridge, I've spent excessive amounts on some of their cans and then got them home and done reviews and just been like, this is shit. Like, yeah, there's a couple of West Coast, a couple of hazies. Yeah, I don't know. It's just something about them. It just really turned me off. I always thought they were a really good beer. I mean, a really good brewery. And then when they come to Melbourne, and like I had more access to cans and stuff. Yeah, I think I got hurt by them a couple of times, just buying cans and they were costly and then no good. Even a couple of Imperial Stouts and that. But yeah, prior to that, when I'd see them at festivals, or I just had some of their core range beers and that, I was like, nah, these guys are awesome. So yeah, it's just... Do you know what would go really well right now? Nachos. A big old bag of Doritos or CCs loaded with multiple layers of cheese and a hot salsa, and then a big massive splash of sour cream on top. Ooh, yes. And even better is if you've got like leftover mince from like a spaghetti or something. Woohoo! Cool. That'd be awesome. One thing that's unreal tomorrow, dude, is my favourite burger pop-up. They're like, oh, we're going to go to this craft bottle shop bar and do a pop-up there tomorrow. And then I looked up the bar, and it's one I've wanted to go to for a while and never got a chance. And I looked up, and it's like, oh, yeah, Leon's Smash Burgers are appearing at our bar tomorrow. Plus, we have a garage project takeover. I'm like, ooh, stop it. So it's like my favourite burger pop-up with like my favourite New Zealand brewery at a bar I've wanted to check out for a while. So I'm like, fuck yeah, I'm going there first thing tomorrow afternoon. Yeah, hungry boy, sleepy boy, old sleepy ales turns into hungry ales. Oh well, at least you'll be able to get food in Sydney late at night, unlike beer. I remember where you were staying was right near a Hungry Jack's. You've probably never had Hungry Jack's before. You would have had Burger King. But... yeah, has it got some sort of like station across the road? It looked like a station of some kind. Nah. You will if we go to Carwin Cellars, you'll probably see some there. We've got to do Carwin. I think we've got to lock it in. I think we have to at least lock in Banks, Boat Rocker, and Carwin, and maybe Fox Friday. Jimmy B fan, welcome in, brother. Hope you're well. Jay, I do not smoke cigarettes. To be honest, I've never smoked a ciggy in my life. I probably look like the sort of person that does, but no. No, I just had family members with smoking issues, and yeah, I just never wanted to get into it. Come on, you can't judge a fucking Aussie meat pie by a 7-Eleven one. That's terrible comparison. Go to a bakery. Metro station over there. Yeah. It's almost like, I don't know, Garage Project, they're New Zealand, but you could almost just call them Aussie. Jazz cigarettes. Gotta go. Yeah. There's plenty of people out there like that. It's like they don't even smoke at all when they're sober. Like you'd see them at work during the week and they wouldn't even touch a smoke, but get on the beers on like a Friday night and then all of a sudden they're fucking smoking like a chimney. I definitely had mates like that growing up. Yeah. It's certainly something I can't help with because I've just never gone down that path. I was always like, I've had girlfriends that smoked and close mates and stuff, and yeah, I've just never been able to sort of understand the craving for it. And I'm very like, I don't know, like unsympathetic. Like one of my girlfriends, I remember when we were traveling, and every time we'd go in an airport and you wouldn't be outside for a few hours, and she'd be like just fucking whinging about not having a smoke, and I'm just like, I don't want to hear it. I don't care. I just don't give a fuck about that sort of shit. Cheers, Jamie. Welcome in. Aussie. Yeah, boy. Yeah. Yeah, what was it called? Is it Mysterious Haze or something like that? I don't know. I just feel like mountain culture have been a bit lackluster with their collabs lately. Like they're hanging out with unbelievable breweries, but then they're just doing like hazy pales and that. It's like fucking give us something decent. There was a Japanese brewery they did a collab with, and they did a Belgian IPA. I only just got my hands on that, so that's in the fridge at the moment. Something like that I'm excited about, but I'm just sick of all these hazy pales. They all taste the same. I'm good. I'm on my 7th vitamin B. Just plodding along. Off to Melbourne tomorrow morning for a 2-day set. Yep. Yeah, I'm Southwest Victoria, country lad. Strong dairy farming community. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's one thing. Like I don't understand how people that are unemployed don't. Oh, like, how the fuck do they afford cigarettes? Like the amount of homes I used to go to when I worked for like a furniture company, and the amount of homes I used to go to where there was like, I mean, we did like a mixture of homes because we had high end furniture, but we also had bottom stuff as well. So I used to go to like all different types of like people and houses. When we'd go to the cheaper ones, and they were like the unemployed bums and just sitting around all day, they'd be there just smoking like chimneys, and they're watching pay TV, and it's like, how the fuck do these cunts pay for this shit? You heard it was Geelong, or at least fairly long. What are you referring to there? I don't know what you're referring to. Feeding the ducks. They need to add some more tunes on here, let's be honest. I just need to find some like copyright-free music. Preferably some rock or metal that actually has instruments in it. Oh, okay, yeah. Well, Geelong's sort of, it is southwest, but yeah, it's sort of still fairly central because it's only an hour from Melbourne. It's not a bad little city, Geelong. Still got that slight country feel to it, but it's pretty bad with drugs. Yeah, fucking oath. One thing I used to find is a lot of the shifty cunts used to get like claim a lot of shit on insurance and get away with it. Oh, it was funny though. When I'd go to the poor, lower demographic sort of homes, if I needed a hand lifting something or, I don't know, just moving something or some sort of thing where you'd appreciate some help, like from a normal bloke. Yeah, the lower demographic, they wouldn't bother. They'd just sit there and keep doing fuck all. The middle class were always the best. They were the ones that would offer to help or offer to give you a drink or, yeah, just be happy to help out in any way. And then the higher class ones, normally the women, would be real fucking anal about everything. Oh, make sure you take your shoes off when you get to the door. It's like, I'm carrying a fucking 200 kilo TV unit. I'm not taking my boots off. Oh, but you'll dirty the carpet. We'll put a fucking rug or something down. Some toweling, something. Unless you want to fucking carry this piece yourself. Or they just constantly whinging about shit and just not wanting to help. Yeah. My little dog was just having a bad dream, so I was trying to sort of calm him down. Yeah, exactly. Carrying a fucking... Well, we used to do custom-made furniture, so I'd like help design it and sell it, and then like we'd go deliver it and set it up in their homes. And like, yeah, these fuckwit women, too busy worrying about their carpet or whatever and not really thinking... I don't know, I feel like it's a brutal call, but a lot of women don't think irrationally like that. They're always thinking about something completely different than what they should be. Yeah, and you'd walk into their home, it'd be you and another guy carrying some fucking heavy-ass thing. It's like, you're not going to take your shoes off halfway out into carrying it. What happens if you drop the cunt on your foot? Like, so yeah, just shit like that. It's like, if they had half a brain, they'd just, instead of worrying about it, they just have like a sheet or something down and just know that you're about to do that job for them. Doom, doom, doom. I feel like Geordie wearing me fucking sunnies at night. I wear my sunglasses at night. I've only got them on because it's a VB stream and they're VB glasses. I'll never forget one time. There was this lady and she was really fucking frisky. And she was probably just, I don't know, like just a lonely middle-aged woman just wanting affection so bad. Anyway, it was just me that went to the property, and normally there'd be two of us. I've rocked up there and set this bed up for her, and the whole time I'm setting it up, she's just standing there watching me, and it was real awkward. And then she's like, "Oh, now that you've finished it, I'll lay down and see what it's like, test it out." And she lays there, and then she's like, "Oh, okay, now that it's done, how about we test it out?" And then she's like, started like coming over to me, started like rubbing my arm, and then I'm like, I need to get the fuck out of here. It was so awkward. Yeah, it's like the stuff that you come across when you go to people's homes. It's like, see, I used to go to some of the Salvation Army homes that would go to like troubled people and stuff. And there'd be ones I'd rock up at and there'd be just syringes everywhere. And I'm like, I'm not fucking doing a job here. You just can stick that up your ass. Yeah, cool. Yeah, fucking oath. Very awkward. Yeah, that would be another thing. Yeah, I remember one girl was quite attractive, but you could just tell she was like, I don't know, a real slutty type and like pretty simple-minded. And she come into the shop and the owner, who's like a husband with his wife there working with him, was like real, I don't know, like every time she'd come in and make a payment and that, he'd be real creepy, and his wife just sort of like thought it was funny. I'm like, if that was me and that was my partner acting the way they are, I'd be fucking livid. But yeah, anyway, she ended up getting like a huge discount on her stuff just because he thought she was good looking and he was creepy. And when we went round to her house to set up the bed for her, she was talking about one of the local football teams. And she's like, oh, yeah, like, yeah, I've slept with him. I slept with those two together. We're just like, oh, shut up. Tart. It's like some girls would just proudly talk about it. It's like, cheers, Chris. I'm just having a little sesh, little chat to the chat, if you may. It's been good. Yeah, for sure. Never fucking start dating a chick like that. I think a big red flag is like if a girl's been with like fucking 30 blokes or something already, it's already a huge red flag. Yeah, boy. Hope you're well, mate. How's that fine orange automobile going? I need to go to the fucking toilet again. Once you break the seal, there's no coming back. Hopefully I sleep well tonight, be well rested, depart off to old Melbourne town mid-morning. Probably check into the motel first. And then head out to fucking Hawthorne, of all places. For burgers and beers. These are my 3 options I'll show you. Do. Oh. So these are my 3 options, okay, with the burger place, the burger pop-up that's going to be at the bar. That's just your straight smash burger. 2 patties, cheese, pickles, special sauce, soft bun. Very fucking good. Or you've got the maple bacon version. So same sort of deal, but with maple bacon, obviously. Yeah, I think everything else is the same on it, but with the maple bacon, it probably adds about $5 to the burger. Or you've got this bad boy, the All-American with the lettuce, tomato, onions, pickles. They all look pretty good, let's be honest. But something makes me think maple bacon, that sweet, I don't know, sweet sort of flavour added. It's going to be good. I love just watching him cooking them. It's fucking awesome. They reckon with smash burgers, you don't even need any oil or anything. It's like you got to get the cooker to this insane temperature, and then the meat just goes on there cold, and like because it's so hot, it just sticks slightly. You push it down, you get that crispy sort of like jagged edge, and then it's all soft on the inside. Can't wait. Cool, brother. Yeah, no worries. We will see you soon. Yeah, I'm going to go shortly. I'm like moving around like this, like I need to go badly. Kangaroo and cheese. Yeah, boy. I have had some kangaroo burgers. They're pretty good. Only thing with kangaroo, though, is you sort of got to get it right, or else it can be a bit chewy. So when it comes to a burger, it's sort of got to be perfect. That word, tart. Tart, slut, hoe. The train's rolling in, boys. That's me going to the toilet. I'm out. I'll be back in a few minutes. We're back. Always feels good to get that out. Yeah, you have a couple of beers and you're right, and then all of a sudden you break the seal and boom. Pretty much, I don't know, when you're a middle-aged bloke like myself, it's like every beer nearly then you got to go for a toilet break. Little in Cyprus had kangaroo. Sometimes I've had ostrich. Was amazing. Cool. Yeah, I've never had ostrich, but I've had kangaroo many a time. I've had it, Sammy. As in you've had kangaroo, I'm guessing? Or you've had it as in you're pissed off? Well, it's back to work. Oh, sorry, dude. Yeah, good to see you. Quick chime in. We'll catch up soon. Yeah, definitely. Tart's sort of like, I don't know, you're a young bloke and you're not really sexually active. You're just kissing girls and whatever. And then a girl ends up kissing another guy in front of you and be like, oh, yeah, that's a tart. But yeah, obviously slut and whore and hoe is like a little more vicious. God, I wish I could just play some fucking decent music. That Opera House gig was so fucking good. I just want to relive it again. I really hope they've obviously filmed it and they're making like a movie documentary sort of thing. I really hope they bring out a physical copy, whether it be like Blu-ray or DVD or something. I just really want them. I just hope it's not going to be just some online thing. This was my footage from the concert. It was fucking awesome. I just didn't want to film too much there because, yeah, it was sort of frowned upon. So I just did a quick little snippet like that, took a few quick photos, and that was it. I was pretty respectful. But yeah, some fucking idiot on YouTube's recorded every single song and then chucked them all up on YouTube. So I can't see them lasting long up there. I feel like they'll get taken down. But yeah, I got some really good photos. Obviously, that one I took of the Harbour Bridge was amazing. Yeah, took a few decent photos of the concert. Some of the breweries and bars and that I went to. It was funny at one stage, going from one brewery to another. I must have looked up on maps how to get there, and it was like the map was all screwed up, and it took me through this random fucking creek bed thing behind all these houses. I was like, oh, great. And I took a photo of that, how bad the area was, just so I could show people. It'd be a pretty cool photo to put up when you're doing the Inner West Sydney Brewery Trail. Don't trust Google Maps, and then just have the photo of me stuck in that fucking creek thing. Number 8. Here we go. It's currently 2:10 a.m. Cheers. Have you tried goat? Yes. I've only just had sort of, yeah, when it comes to goat meat, it's just been something that's sort of been, yeah, already sort of sorted out, and that, not like fresh cut off the goat sort of thing. I have heard of, yeah, one of my mates that's done a lot of travel. um, eating a lot of sort of fucked up food and that. He said the best feed he's ever had was in Morocco when he was hanging out with a group and they had a big goat just sort of organised like a spit. And he said the meat around around this area, he said the meat all around the sort of facial structure, he said was fucking amazing. He said it's the best food he's ever had. And he said, yeah, just like the way they'd spiced it. And yeah, he said it was just so good. Lead by 156. Trying to get what you mean by that. I'm not sure what you're referring to there, brother. Oh shit, I missed that message. Jesus Christ, just seen we are 7 for 82 in the World Test Championship. Was watching that before I switched to your stream. Lead by 156. Oh yeah. Yeah, I didn't even know it was on. I've been fucking terrible with like TV and that lately. Like half the time it's like, yeah, I wouldn't even know what's going on. It's like, yeah, obviously it's bad when it comes to sport because I love my sport, but yeah. 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 Sounds like it's the way to go. The meat around the head. Whereabouts is it, Matt? Yeah. I'm pretty much just, mostly YouTube these days. I mean, I obviously watch Aussie rules and NRL and like American sport and stuff, but normally I just watch it sort of through KO. I watch heaps of YouTube. I just have so many people like I subscribe to, so there's always something going on. Someone's brought out a new video. Quite often there be people I watch that do like hour-long videos, so yeah. By the time you watch one or two of them, it's like your day's sort of done. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I was hanging out with a South African the other night. He was an absolute fucking legend. He owned the bar that I went to the night before I went to Sydney. I needed somewhere to chill out for a few hours and it was pretty dead and nothing was open, and this bar anyway was open till 3 a.m. And another guy from another bar I was hanging out with sent me there. So I went and hung out with this guy, and yeah, we sort of just become mates just from hanging out for a couple of hours. And he was that good of a dude. When he closed up, he knew that I still had a couple of hours to kill and I had to travel out to the airport. And he goes to me, "Oh, look, Sammy, like, if you want, we'll go pick up your bag and then I'll take you to the airport." I'm like, "No way, you can't do that. Like, that's insane." He goes, "Nah," like, he goes, "I'd be happy to do it." He goes, "You're a good bloke. You've come and had beers at my establishment. It's like I just want to look after you, like you've helped me out," sort of thing. And I'm like, "Oh, you sure?" I said, "It's going to be a pain because you got to drive me back into the city to get my bag from the train station and then drive out to the airport." And he goes, "Oh, well, the drive to the airport doesn't bother me because I live past that way anyway, so I have to drive past there." And I'm like, "Oh, yeah, fair enough." So got in his car, went back into the city. He just waited in his car while I ran inside and grabbed my bag from the lockers in the train station. And he's like driven me all the way out to the airport, right up to the terminal gate. Like, I'm like, this guy's a fucking legend. So yeah, it's like sort of the start of another friendship. I feel like now every time I go to Melbourne and I'm in his area, I'll definitely like stop in for a few beers. It's always good to have more contacts too. Like, I think he appreciated the fact that, yeah, like I've got good knowledge of beers, so I could sort of, yeah, help him out in that way. And yeah, it's just good to have people in the industry that you know. Cheers, Angie. Hope you're well. You must have been asleep, were you? I haven't seen any sign of you for a while. Yeah. Nah, what's that, dude? That's the thing. There's so much on YouTube, and there's like people will ask if you've seen something. You're like, no, and then they'll recommend it, and you check it out, and you're like, oh fuck, here we go. Here's something else I got to watch. It'll be like something decent. Cool. Yeah. Yeah, well, that's what I thought. There's a lot of fuckwits out there, but this guy's like doing something for me that like not even like mates or like family would do. So I was just like well impressed. I was like, yeah, this guy deserves success with his business, and it's like I want to. Anytime I'll be in his area, I want to help him achieve that. Like, yeah, it's like he was saying how he wants to, like the bar he's got lease of is fucking phenomenal. And I really wish him all the best. I feel like it's going to be a struggle because of just the current climate, and people don't seem to go out as much as they used to. And but yeah, I really hope that he does well. He's on a street that's really busy, but I still think it's not as busy as what it used to be, and there's so much competition there. He's got a basement area at the bar. I didn't get to see it, but apparently it's pretty big, and you can do like private functions down there. And he's thinking about doing gigs and like comedy stuff. And I was like, oh yeah, that's cool. So yeah, at least he's got sort of different options, and yeah, he seems like he knows exactly what he wants. Yeah, cool. Wish I could say the same. I've been fucking terrible. Yeah. Yeah, a couple of South Africans I met have been pricks, but yeah, he was the complete opposite. Oh yeah, cool. Honest places. I'll look it up right now. So that's the thing. If I don't do stuff like that now, I'll just completely forget about it. And when you're live, sometimes the live chat won't reappear. Worst thing is staying up late tonight is now I'm real hungry. I don't reckon I've got anything to eat. Cool. I'll check that out. I'll just subscribe. Yeah, exactly. See, one of my favourite channels was Million Dollar Bogan. He's like a real estate mogul, absolutely killing it financially, just splashes money like there's no tomorrow. But he's hardly at work. He's just built the company up to something where he doesn't really have to be there and he's still making good coin. Anyway, he has lost his brother to drug addiction and suicide, and he's dealt with that shit himself. He's like been clean now for like 20, 30 years or something, and he's got a mate that's the same. And what he does is he's obsessed with Harley Davidsons, and he buys Harleys and then just takes them on these trips. But he takes them to places where you wouldn't normally take a Harley. Like he'll be fucking riding a brand new Harley on the beach and like taking them through a desert in the middle of Australia and where you'd normally have a four-wheel drive. And it was such a fucking awesome channel, like it fucking phenomenal. And he's like a little arrogant prick, but he's also funny. And because it's real, you sort of see past the arrogance and you just think, oh yeah, yes, he is an arrogant prick, but I love him sort of thing. And yeah, like every motorbike journey you do, I'd just be absolutely hooked on it. And anyway, something's happened. I don't know what the fuck it is, but it's like he's given up on the motorbikes and he's wanting to buy a yacht and travel around the world. And like, so the first few episodes are about him like wanting to acquire a yacht and selling his house so he can buy a better yacht. And I'm just like, I don't know if this is a good thing for the channel. And anyway, I watched the first couple of episodes of him like struggling with the sailing and being stranded and thinking he's made a bad decision. And I'm just like, it's sort of hard to watch because it's someone you've really enjoyed watching for so long. And then they've completely changed the dynamic of the channel and it's like you're not really enjoying it anymore. And I feel like he's lost a lot of viewers in that now, just from a change from motorbikes to like sailing. Yeah, it sort of sucks. Yeah. Fuck, I'm hungry. Damn it! I just know I've got nothing to eat. I think the only thing I've probably got in the cupboard that I could eat is like some 2-minute noodles, but I don't have bread. I don't have any fruit. I don't have any sort of frozen food I could cook up. I don't have any meat in the fridge. And it's like too late to like order anything. Nothing will be open at this time. Oh yeah, did he go into an area where like a tribe's killed him sort of thing? Should have seen the start of the stream, Angie. It was like the algorithm was pushing the stream. There was like about 30 or 40 people watching. Just all these new ones just kept popping in, and yeah, it was sort of cool in a way because like most of them are pretty friendly. You got the occasional troll type, but yeah, it was real hectic though, just trying to keep up with the chat. Yeah. Nah, well, because I went away to Sydney last week and then going to Melbourne this weekend, it's like I haven't been shopping, so pretty much when I've been home, I've just been eating whatever's left over in the cupboards, and now I'm down to that absolutely nothing stage. I could chew on some marrow bones of the dogs. Yeah, it was pretty wild. So many people. All the trolls that was saying shit, I was just like, I'd sort of be a smart ass back or just go, I'd be like, oh, here we go. What a fuckhead. I love singling trolls out and make them feel shit. Fuck 'em. I'm certainly not the person to fuck with if you're a troll. Cheers, Bill. Welcome back. It's probably been about 12 hours. Nice juicy burp. Oh, yeah. I'm on my 8th VB. Possibly my last, but I've only started it. Just due to time, really. 2:30 a.m. here. I have to get on a train to Melbourne in about 8 hours' time, so I need some sort of beauty sleep. I've been going for 4.5 hours, so that's pretty solid. I've just been wanting to play like Parkway Drive for the last fucking 5 hours and been listening to all these trashy songs. Do 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 do. What about this one? Ready for it? Do 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 do. I missed that part. Yeah, no, I will be after this one, Phil. Certainly not pushing myself. It was always just going to be when I started to feel a bit tired and got a bit late. It's like, yeah, boy. Ugh. Ugh. Hopefully, the couple of beers make me sleep well. Okay. Done. At least I haven't fallen asleep during this stream. That's a plus. It's been a regular thing lately. But yeah, I've just about finished this beverage. So I am going to call it there. Yeah, much appreciated to those that have joined and especially stuck around for a while. As I said, there's been a lot of randoms come in, but then there's been the usual suspects as well. I'll probably do a beer review in the morning, which will be about probably 7 hours from now. Then, yeah, I'll be off to Melbourne on the train. Looking to do, the Far Side Beers, Leon Smashburgers collab. I'm going to take my backpack, so I'll have the laptop in it. So when I get to venues, if I sort of see an opportunity where I've got like internet access, it's not too busy, like lighting's okay sort of thing, it's like I'll bust the laptop out. I really want to do it because it's always fun doing like a little beer hangout at a venue live. It's just awesome. Sort of creates a bit of buzz. But yeah, if you don't see me at all tomorrow, tomorrow night in the hotel, I'll probably do something. I'll make sure I take a couple of beers that I can review. And then, Saturday I'll be hanging out with Adam. So, we'll be doing a couple of breweries out southwest. Then possibly Carwin Cellars or somewhere in closer to city. Should be a good day. But as I said, everywhere I go, I'm going to take the laptop. So if any opportunities come up to do like a live stream, I'll be all over it. So thanks again for popping in and keeping me company. It's been a really fun stream. So thanks guys and girls, and we'll see you again soon. Cheers.